your beautiful and handsome faces. Firstly, we sincerely apologize. We are starting behind time due to circumstances beyond our control. But we are glad we're here, and we're glad that we are starting nonetheless. But before we proceed into the sessions for today, the events we have for today, we are going to start with our traditional safety moment first, because in Oando, we value safety. We don't joke with safety. And this is a quick but important opportunity to remind ourselves to stay mindful of our well-being, whether at work, at home, on the road. So for our safety moment today, we have Mr. Namdi, who will share one or two tips to help us stay careful, stay cautious, stay safe as we enjoy the festive season.
Good morning, distinguished members of the legal team and the insurance team here and everyone who's invited for the program. So very quickly, just want to welcome you to Oando headquarters here in Lagos. This is the 11th floor of the Wings building. I'm going to run you through our visitors onboarding program for some of us who don't work here on a normal day, so that you know what is expected in terms of safety for the duration that you're going to be in the building. I hope that is okay. Next slide, please. Could you put it on presentation mode? So typically what we're here to do is just to provide a basic safety requirements that you need to know for the period that you're here, and then also ensure that you understand what we're doing in terms of promoting a safe and secure environment, and outline our emergency response protocols for you. Next slide, please. So the first we're going to start with is the elevator. Okay, so if you had noticed while you're coming into the building, you would have noticed on the ground floor that there is a divider there to the left and to your right. The idea is that when you're coming up, those who are going down go through the left, and those who are coming would come through the right. The idea is so that we don't cluster at the foot of the elevator car and then get to bump into one another. So that way it's done orderly. And then once you want to use any of the cars, if it's filled up, you might have to wait for the next car available so that you don't contribute to an excess weight on the elevator. Once there's an emergency, these elevators become out of use. We're not allowed to use them. So typically what will happen is we have fire marshals on every floor that would guide our emergency response program. Next slide. So on every floor, this is the 11th floor, so we're occupying the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th floors of this building. It's a shared apartment, so once there's an emergency, everyone on the building would be using the same access point. So it's important that we do that orderly. We operate a body system here, so Mr. Funtome and Jumoke and the leadership of the legal team are your bodies for today. So we expect that if you have any challenge, they're your first contact point throughout your stay here. So the fire marshals wardens will guide you through the exit doors. There's an emergency exit door just at the back there, and there's another one the other way, at the other part of the wing. And then we use the stairs, and then we get downstairs. The muster point for this building is at the foot of this building to your left. Once you get there, stand by for head count. We have an electronic badging system that we use for head counts. So whatever badge that you're given to temporarily is what you're going to use to badge out. That way, we're able to account for everyone who's coming to the building for today. You're not allowed to come back into the building unless you've been given an all clear signal to come back to be sure that everything is safe. For medical emergencies, we have trained first aiders on every floor. And so typically, if you're feeling unwell during your period here, please, like I mentioned, get the leadership of the legal team. They're going to get across to us. On every floor, we have first aiders, we have first aid equipment. We're going to try to administer first aid. If it escalates, we then have to take you to our retainership clinic. It's not very far from here, like 5 minutes from here. Reddington is here. we'll make all the arrangements to get you there. But we believe in that you're not going to get on well today. For conveniences, we have, once you go through this middle door, this glass door, you have the gents to the right and the ladies to your left. So please feel free to use it at any point in time. So basically, that summarizes what we expect. This is a no smoking zone. So typically, if you feel like smoking, we have designated areas for people who want to do that. It's actually at the basement, at the P3. It's where you can go to do that. So with that, I want to wish you a successful deliberation today. And I hope I can also become maybe learned by association. Thank you very much, and I'll see you around.
Thank you, Mr. Namdi. We'll see about getting you learned. So, once again, a round of applause for Mr. Namdi. And I'm sure we took one or two things from what he said. So, once again, I want to welcome all of you to today's, this year's seminar. And our theme for this year is the 21st Century Lawyer, Keys to Building a Successful Legal Career. And now this theme it's very timely because we live in a very modern world. And we can all attest to the fact that the world we live in today is not the same as the world we lived in 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And so in this profession, as lawyers, and even for the non-lawyers among us, there's always that need to learn, to adapt, to grow, which is why this theme is very timely, because as a 21st century lawyer, it's not just about knowing the basics. It's not just about knowing the fundamentals. You have to go beyond the basics, the fundamentals. You need to grow in your field, to stand out, to be extraordinary, which actually aligns with some of the things you see written there. You have to be audacious. You have to be vibrant. You have to be bold, innovative, energetic, dynamic, and all of that. So in the course of the various sessions we'll be having today, you'll see that the sessions are well planned, well arranged, to guide you from understanding the basics of the legal practice and then moving on to expanding beyond conventional borders, because the world today is a global village, and you cannot talk of being exceptional in your field if your mindset is narrowed down to just maybe Nigeria or Lagos or River State and what have you. So you have to adapt and grow beyond borders, law without borders, building a career beyond jurisdictions. And then the next session we have the future of the legal practice. And we talk about AI. AI is a very common subject now. I'm sure all of us, we've had one or two encounters with AI in the course of, for the students, being students, for the workers in the course of your field, working for Oando in the various departments. So you can see that the sessions are well crafted. They were carefully planned out to help us grow in our journeys, whether it's in the legal profession or any other profession. And then finally, the last session, we'll talk about the journey so far. We're going to bring up some people who have spent some time in Oando, and they'll tell you their experiences, how they started, the challenges they faced, how they were able to overcome those challenges. And I'm sure in the course of all this, there's several things we will learn. And it's going to be particularly useful to the students here, because most of you are just starting out, and most of the things you hear today are things that will help you in your journey. Because you'll see very outstanding individuals here, people who are distinguished in their fields, in their careers, and I'm sure you will learn a lot. Because sometimes, there's this African adage that what an elder sees sitting down, even a child climbing a tree cannot see it. So in the course of these sessions, you're going to get to hear from people who have lived the life, who have interesting things that you could learn from and integrate it into your own journey. And like they say, the sky can only be your starting point from then on. So without much ado, because we're already behind time, at this point, I'm going to invite an Amazon, our leader, an amazing leader, to give us her welcome address and also set down the house rules.
Thank you, Ubong. I think Ubong is a politician, so thank you. So welcome, everyone. Good morning again, and welcome to our 2025, I beg your pardon, Oando Legal Seminar. Apologies again for starting late. As Ubong said, it was, truly beyond our control. But we're happy to have everyone here. We trust that it will be a rewarding session for you. So my name is Efuntomi Akpene, as Ubong introduced me. I'm the Chief Legal Officer. And we started this seminar series about 14 years ago. And, the objective is just to bring people together, thought leaders, to share knowledge, or, particularly focused on the legal, energy, tax, and finance sectors. But this year, we decided to switch it up a bit to change things, because typically we have lawyers and other professionals. But today, we wanted to give back. And we wanted to, curate a mentorship session for young lawyers starting off, young law students rather, starting off, and, just sharing what we have learned in our journey or journeys, and, to help you build your foundation. So, it's a bit different this year, but I'm sure you'll find it, very, very rewarding. Ubong has gone through, the different sessions, so that I won't bore you with that. But I wanted to also add that this is our first physical session since COVID. So I think we can give ourselves, so we're happy to have everyone interact physically. And we also have people, students online. If you are online, you can just, share an emoji with us. But, you're part of this session, so we will be giving you an opportunity as well to ask questions at the right time. We'll have a Q&A session after each speaker has, made their presentation. Now, before that, before the house rules, we're also going to have the MD of Oando Energy Resources Nigeria, Dr. Alex Irune, come and talk to you at some point as well. So I'm sure you look forward to that. So housekeeping rules, please. This session is being recorded, so just be mindful of that. If you haven't put your phones on silent yet, please do so we don't have, distractions. As I said, Q&A will come at the end of each session, so please just keep your questions till that session. And if you are online, we have a Q&A box that you can put your questions in, and someone will be collating those questions and they'll be answered live as well. So again, thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a good session.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you can all agree with me why I called her an Amazon. She spoke with authority. So now, very quickly, before we dive right into the very first session, I think it's necessary we recognize some of the institutions that are represented here, the schools that we have their students here. So very quickly, from my list, I see that we have students from the University of Lagos, students from, you can just maybe wave or something so that we know when I mention your school. So we have students from University of Lagos. Okay, seems they're not here yet. We have from Obafemi Awolowo University. That's nice. A round of applause for her. We have students from Olabisi Onabanjo University. Oh, that's great. We have students from the Lagos State University. Okay, they're on their way. And we have students from Afe Babalola University. Welcome. And I understand we also have students from the Rivers State University online. So a round of applause for them as well. Okay, so having said that, we are going straight into the first session. And the first session is understanding the legal practice. Now, like I said before in my introduction, we have to start at the very foundation. We have to understand the basics, the principles, in order, before we can talk about global opportunities extending beyond borders, you need to start from the basics. And we have another very brilliant, intelligent, as you can see, very beautiful Amazon, a partner in the law firm of Banwo Igodalo. And if you're in the legal space, you know that this is one of the top tier law firms in the country and even beyond Nigeria, with several distinctions, awards, recognitions. And so a quick profile of our speaker, Ms. Stella Duru. She's a partner in the Energy and Natural Resources Practice Group. She earned her law degree from the University of Lagos and was called to the Nigerian bar in January 2001. She was admitted into the firm's partnership in 2012 in recognition of her innovative leadership and matchless understanding of the legal and regulatory landscape. With over 24 years of experience, I think I need to say that again, with over 24 years of experience, Stella is widely regarded as a consummate professional with excellent command of the legal, commercial, and policy aspects of the entire energy value chain. She is top ranked in Chambers Global 2025 for projects and energy, acknowledged as a highly regarded lawyer, an IFLR woman leader, and recognized across multiple categories in the Lexology Index, including energy, natural resources, mining, and project finance. Renowned for her strategic thinking and commitment to mentoring, Stella's career exemplifies excellence, leadership, and an enduring passion for impact. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I also add that Stella was my first team leader when I worked in BNI, so she taught me a lot of what I know. So please give her another round.
I don't know why they gave you the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speaker.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually quite happy to be here. But when I walked in this morning, I was like, Tommy told me I was talking to students. And then I saw some of the established lawyers in the space. And I'm like, am I going to be able to bamboozle these ones today? But again, I'm very happy to be here. I'm quite honored to be speaking again at the Oando Legal Seminar. And quite excited to be speaking to the next generation of lawyers, judges, policymakers, reformers, and I dare say, maybe even founders. I'm not happy that people from Unilag are not here. And that's usually the problem. The people that live the nearest to the school are the ones that come late. Because if the guys that are outside Lagos are here, then Lasso and Unilag, they have no excuse. And I'm going to try and, speak with you and not speak at you, because you guys sit at lectures ever so often, and your lecturers just, kind of load you with all that information. But I'm going to try and make the practice of law interesting. We're seeing less and less people wanting to, play where we play. So I'm going to try and not make this a boring lecture. Next slide. During the course of my presentation, I'm going to take you through a brief outline, which I'll be very bold to say was given to me by the CLO and her team. You would see that there's a part where I'm supposed to talk about the energy sector. You can't do that in 45 minutes. You can't do it in 2 days. So I'm going to try. So I'm going to try and speak to everyone listening to me about the real world of what legal practice in Nigeria looks like. Lawyers as business and commercial partners, and not just your straight-jacketed, go to court lawyers. I'm going to also speak about, a day in my life as a lawyer and how to position yourself early. And now I'm speaking to the law students in our midst and any younger lawyers in the space. Next slide, please. When I was putting together the presentation, I knew that my profile was going to be flashed. But I wanted to also just, get everybody comfortable about telling you things about me that you will not see in a profile. I cook when I'm stressed. When you look at me like this, you probably think I can't cut onions. I cut it, and nothing happens. I love to stay indoors, and I binge on true life documentaries. I deeply and truly love being a Catholic woman. I love music, and I think curating fashion is actually a superpower. And something that is not here, because I know I'm most likely expected to share this, is the fact that I don't drive. I learned to drive, but I don't drive. And I do make mistakes. So forget all that plenty, over 25 years. We will get to that. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to, ask the lawyers or the law students in the space. When you think about lawyers, what do you think, or who do you see a lawyer to be? I'm going to try and make this as interactive as I can. When you forget these fancy dressed people here, when you think about lawyers, how do you see us?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Asma from OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University. So when I think of a lawyer, I think of somebody that has a very good critical thinking skills, someone that is very meticulous about doing things.
Thank you so much. Meticulous, critical thinker. I think we should immediately ask you to be called to the bar because you've just done my session for me. But when you go to a layman on the street, most people, when they hear lawyers, they just think of the courtroom. They think of wigs, they think of gowns. Not very many people think of us as people that sit in an office. As in, when I started my career as a young lawyer, when I'm in the office past 8, my mom will call me and say, "Has the court not closed?" And I'm like, "Mommy, it's not everybody that does litigation." So I'm going to actually try and show that law is actually beyond the courtroom. And I'm going to try and expand our thinking today, because you can use the law as a weapon or a shield, depending on how you want to play it. It's a key that opens several doors. It's a passport to the world and a platform that you can stand on and create whoever you want to be. Now, when you look at the slides, right, in Nigeria, two broad strokes. It's either you're an in-house lawyer or you are a lawyer like Stella that works in a law firm and we're termed external counsel, right? But I'm going to now then talk about legal practice as we know it, not the legal team in Oando, for instance. So in a law firm, there are three categories of law firms that you will find anywhere. There are the firms that are called sole proprietorships. It's one man. So you hear Stella Duro and co. That co is probably his cleaner. It doesn't include anybody else but him. Some of them actually have younger lawyers as well, but more often than not, it's actually one person doing certain specific kinds of work. They do smaller deals. You see them, they're the ones that you go and meet and ask to draft a will. You ask them to immediately, review an agreement for you. Some of them are the ones that just, once they're called to the bar, they're like, "Please, I don't want stress. I will just be incorporating companies until I die." And that's him keeping his revenue small, but doing what he loves. Then you have the next batch of category of law firms. They're called small and mid-sized partnerships. These are, law firms that have between 2 to 50 lawyers. They are more specialized. They do slightly bigger transactions, but they're still viewed as small in the Nigerian and international viewpoints. And then you have the large-sized partnerships that are between 50 and beyond lawyers. Those you usually will find a lot of partners. Like my firm, for instance, we're 17 partners, we're over 120 lawyers. So that would, in the jurisdiction of Nigeria, be seen as a large-sized partnership. But when you're going outside Nigeria, for instance, we would not fall as large because there are law firms that have over 1,000 lawyers, have been in existence for 100 years, do more sophisticated deals than we're doing here. And so, but then in Nigeria, you would see that large-sized law firms are more structured, they do more complex deals, and that's where you start hearing, oh, they just closed the $100 billion transaction. It's usually those big law firms that do that. Next slide, please. Now, you would ask, what do we typically do in Nigerian law firms? So this is a laundry list of what you usually would find. I'd spoken about the fact that most people view lawyers as persons that go to court. So that's litigation. But litigation is not just court now, because we're talking about the 21st century lawyer. We're talking about alternative dispute resolution as well. So more often than not, it's not just to go and, disturb all the judges. Some judges actually tell you, go and mediate first and see whether you can resolve these issues before you come to us. And so that's ADR, under litigation. You would see corporate and commercial. Under corporate and commercial, you would find, review of routine contracts. You would find company secretarial matters under that header. You will find matters around corporate governance. You would have finance. Finance, you're talking loans, you're going to the bank. Mergers and acquisitions, similar to what happened with Oando acquiring NAOC, the Nigerian Ajip Oil Company. So that's an example of an M&A deal. You've got capital markets. So when you hear about securities, you hear about shares, you hear about initial public offerings, law firms would handle things like that. There's tax, there's intellectual property, there's maritime, there's real estate. There's technology. My brother here is going to speak about AI and where we're going, which is quite interesting, but also quite scary. And then you have competition and antitrust, as well as regulatory and compliance. Next slide, please. Now, for the in-house lawyers, because certain persons will come out of law school and they would immediately say, I want to work in a bank, or I want to work in Oando. I'm sure most of you have taken down Tomi's name, and you'll probably start sending her some emails that you want to intern or you want to work here. But for most lawyers that will end up being fantastic in-house counsel, the charge is that try and do some work in a law firm before you go in-house. It allows you breadth with the kinds of transactions and deals that you see. So by the time you are now then settling down to specialize, then you can actually say you're a master of that subject. What we find is a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to go to court, so I'm not going to go to a law firm. Law firms don't only go to court. Some persons will say, oh, I don't want to do company secretarial work. But then, in-house, they are seen as the guardians of compliance. So you're running away from doing that in the law firm, but you come in and you sit in the company secretarial department in Oando, for instance. You'll be in charge of compliance. If you are in the legal advisory arm of the legal team, you will be in charge of the transactions. If there's the M&A, if there are issues around opinions on issues, even in an in-house setting, you would find persons that their focus is on litigation. If someone is suing Oando today, that's their brief. You'll find persons that are sitting with the company secretary of Oando, and they're in charge of board meetings, board committee meetings, and everything around compliance and regulatory. So everywhere depending on where you sit, whether in a law firm or as an in-house counsel, there are different things that you will do, because there is no endeavor in life that does not have, the law playing in the space. So what we've done here is to just give, a rundown of the typical institutions where you'll find in-house lawyers. So you have them in the banks, you have them in telecoms, you have them in real estate and logistics, construction companies, you have them in energy and natural resources like Oando, you have them in fast-moving consumer goods and manufacturing and retail. You also have lawyers that have decided that they want to be the police. So they will rather work with the regulators than work in a law firm, or even work as an in-house counsel in a company. Next slide, please. So this basically just speaks to, clear differences between law firms and in-house counsel, or lawyers that work in law firms. So we are seen as external legal advisors. We work on several transactions at the same time, cutting across several industries. We typically are those that work very long hours, and I'm going to get there when I tell you about a day in my life. With in-house counsel, they are the exclusive legal support to the organization. They are the ones that help all the other departments in the business with risk management and compliance issues. They're integral to company operations, and they have a deep understanding of the company's business. Now, that last point is the clear difference between certain lawyers that work in law firms and in-house counsel. What we find and what we have seen over the years is that certain lawyers that work in law firms just believe, okay, the client has given me this, I open this case, or I check this text, and I will provide, no one is actually thinking about the business of the client. So when they're actually trying to solve a problem, sometimes they come with very academic solutions, and in-house counsel find it difficult to, work with lawyers like that can't even try to picture the kind of business they're doing and the kind of problem they're trying to solve. But the in-house counsel, they are already, in teams where they're talking to the commercial guys ever so often, to the technical guys. So the breadth of their own thinking is wider, and they're able to resolve issues and provide solutions that deal with the business as opposed to just giving them textbook responses. Next slide, please. Now, to the young lawyers, the opportunities are endless. And we're in a world where it's like every time we wake up, something new is happening. Even in the AI world, you will think that something you knew yesterday, and maybe you want to rush and say, okay, I'm now see how everybody started looking at crypto and thinking that was the sexiest thing that had since happened, and in a few months, a new kind of thing has happened. So this is actually a very interesting time for lawyers, because we're seeing things that we've never even thought were possible. With AI, with digital finance, we're seeing innovations and technology and global markets that have, basically shrunk, the world, but expanded our vision and our thoughts. So there are more than enough opportunities for young lawyers now to be at the forefront of, pioneering setting innovations in law with respect to this new and expanding frontiers. So one key takeaway is no matter your passion, whether it's in writing, in advocacy, in negotiations, there is a place for you in the Nigerian legal profession. Next slide, please. So now, just trying to get your mind to a place where it should be. And as I go along, you would see why I'm speaking to this. A lot of young lawyers are more interested these days in, okay, where can I go to where they can pay me huge salary, or where I can quickly make money? The money will come. But you see, law goes beyond statutes and precedents. So you have to try. And the next couple of slides, you'll understand why I'm saying this. You have to try to not be academic in your outlook or in your thinking. It's not, they told us in law school that, what are those cases again? The one of the cockroach inside there, I can't remember, it's been 25 years. Cockroach inside Coke, Donna Hill, you see? Your CLO is on point. So certain people just think it's just to throw the cases at a problem. I want you guys to be the different. The fact that you attended this session, change your mindset as to the kind of lawyer that you can be. And the truth is, you have to be valuable and let the client understand that their pain is your pain. So there's nothing that makes you a business partner to a client than you feeling what they're feeling. And you can only do that by understanding their business. To succeed, you must think like a business partner. What does this mean for this business? How am I going to help them improve their commercial strategy? If someone comes to you today and says, I'm thinking of acquiring Oando, are you going to say, yes, we'll just go to SEC or we'll go to any of the regulators and we must get those approvals? Is it the right time? Are there things about Oando that the client should know? Have you diligenced this target? So you have to start thinking like a business owner and not just a lawyer. Next slide, please. Communication skills are non-negotiable. We are finding it very nightmarish interviewing young lawyers. As in, we sit down and the English they are speaking, the words that they are writing, and we're wondering what's going on. I know in your generation now, you guys like abbreviations, but you cannot use abbreviation to get a job. A lawyer is different, and it must show in how you communicate verbally and in writing. So you cannot even play with your communication skills. Your commercial awareness, I've spoken about that. Your ability to think ahead will put you in a place over and above your peers. Next slide, please. Now, these are some of the things that I wish I knew as a law student. Now, you guys see me here, and you think, oh, after 25 years, she looks nice. I look like you people. I was even very playful. As in, Tommy is here. We will play first, and then we'll eat suya before we'll now then settle and do the work. But you see, grades, what you finish with, will not guarantee your success. And I can stand here to speak about that because when you look at me, I'm sure most of you think I finished a 2-1, a first class. In Unilag, I finished a 2-2. I went to law school, I struggled, I prayed. I said, let me finish a 2-1. I finished a 2-2. But guess what I did? I said to myself that when I had now gotten the opportunity to work with a law firm like Banwa and Ighodalo, I was not going to play with it. Some of you focus so much on, I finished with a 2-2, so I know my village people have already started. There can never be anything. No. Forget the grades. When you finish school, you finish school. When you start working, it's a different kettle of fish, and you must be focused. Relationships matter. Networking is a skill, it's not a sin. I started off by saying I'm very happy and love the fact that I'm Catholic. But some of us would hold on to our religion or our faith as the reason not to progress. Now, no one is asking you to do things that are unethical. You're a lawyer. It's not done. But networking, you must network. Especially if you're an external counsel. Because how else are you going to get clients? If tomorrow Tommy says I should come and mix with the senior executives of Oando, I will now say that I'm going to church. As a Catholic, there's mass at 6 a.m. If the event is at 4, I will go for 6 a.m. mass. Do you understand? So you have to make those, be flexible and accommodating because that's the only way you're going to differentiate yourself. Your reputation starts now. And I'm quite happy with what I'm saying with the students that came here today. You're all well turned out. Shino that is taking my video over there, he works with me. and he'll be the first person to tell you that when we do our onboarding, I am that partner that handles what we call the BNI DNA. So I take our new recruits on dressing, comportment, and their general look. So your reputation starts now. One thing I tell my young lawyers is once you are a BNI staff, you are an ambassador. You are wearing our badge on your back. So we don't want to hear, especially in this era of social media, that somebody brushed you on Aolo Road, then you came out, removed slippers, held the person, no. From there, just be going home because we have fired you. So you are a different kind of person, right? So if someone brushes you, I'm not saying, yeah, you're human, you're going to be angry, but you be inside the car and say, your father, don't come out. Because tomorrow, somebody's going to take that video and put it up. And then everyone will say, oh, that's how BNI lawyers behave. So your reputation is very important. You must guard it very jealously. Communication skills are currency. You must understand business and numbers. A lot of lawyers are lawyers because they don't like numbers. But once your salary is short, you will know. Embrace numbers. Because most of the big ticket deals, have numbers in them. Humility and hunger separates great lawyers from average ones. You must be hungry. After 25 years, you think that, okay, I'm 50 next year. I should be thinking of retiring. It's a lie. It's a lie. Until I'm 70 or until God carries me, I'm here with you people, as in we're looking for those deals together. But in that, you must still also be humble. Don't come and say because you have bought one Range Rover now, you just splash water on somebody that you are who? And then consistency beats talent. In the course of my career, we have found people that finished with first class, held on to that as a badge of honor, which it is. But today, flashes of brilliance. Tomorrow, flashes of dumbness. What's going on? I would rather work with someone who finished with a third class, but is dedicated at improving themselves and growing year on year, than someone that finished a first class, and then today they are lazy. They will now put me inside trouble. Maybe I will now be like, oh, this person is a brain. Madam CLO will ask me to issue an opinion. I will now leave it for the person. Person's inconsistency will now send something that will now put Oando inside trouble. Oando will now not pay my fees. I don't play with those kind of things. Next slide, please. So, knowing the law is good, but understanding business is magic. I thought that was important to mention. Overview of the energy sector. How many of you students are doing oil and gas in school? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody here. Why didn't you bring people that did not do oil and gas? Well, I didn't do oil and gas in undergrad. And I'm going to try and take you through what we typically see in oil and gas and in the power sector. Next slide, please. So now, when you hear oil and gas, you probably have heard. That means I'm preaching to the choir because most of you already know this. There's the upstream, there's the midstream, there's the downstream. When you're speaking to the upstream, you're talking about the oil and gas assets, acreages, oil under the ground, gas still under the ground. When you start speaking about midstream, you're talking about processing. And then downstream, you're talking about retail and sales. Your petrol station is downstream. Refinery, downstream. Although, well, with the PIA now, we don't know where we are sitting. Midstream is basically processing what you've gotten from the upstream. So it's kind of in the middle between the upstream and the downstream. I'll take you through what our regulatory framework looks like, who our key regulators are, as well as the market players. Next slide, please. How am I doing for time, please? Okay, so when you're talking upstream, you're talking exploration and production. I think further down, I'll speak to what the different licenses or leases look like. Midstream, I'd already mentioned processing, so you see your NGLs. This is typically where you hear about hydrocarbons, so that's basically a combination of oil and gas. So it's in the midstream where you start to, separate those molecules, the gas from the oil, and then downstream you have your petrochemicals and you have your refineries as well. And you can see the power plant down there because it will be gas-fired. I will speak a bit more about that when we're talking about power. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned, in the upstream sector, you start hearing things like geology, seismic, appraisal wells, field development, drilling operations. Like I said, this one is, I can't break it down in 10 minutes. In the course of this, I will also show you the typical agreements that underpin what we do in the oil and gas sector. When you get to the midstream, you start to transport your hydrocarbons, you start to store them, you process and treat, you market. That's where you start speaking about pipelines and the management of same. And then downstream, you're refining what you've gotten from the upstream, petrochemical production, you're also retailing, you're exporting and importing refined products. So these are the typical key agreements you will find depending on the sector that you're providing legal support to. So you have the production sharing contract, the concession agreement, the risk service contract, the JOAs, the farmings. You can use like 2 days to just discuss that number one, the PSC, right? But typically, we see more JOAs, we see farmings. I'm sure a few of you have heard about marginal fields. So the farming agreements are the instruments that you use with respect to them. When you come to the midstream, if you remember what I had said about, trucking and all that, offtake. So you see the crude handling agreements, the offtake agreements, the gas transportation agreement, the pipeline construction contracts that you would see when you're acting for a midstream player. In the downstream, you would have the refining or processing contracts. You will have the throughput or storage agreement. You have the diesel supply contract. Everybody kind of knows about diesel. You have the marketing, and then you have the haulage contracts as well. Now, with each of these contracts, there are key provisions that you typically will see in these contracts that you must know. A lot of people kind of run away from this because a typical contract in the oil and gas industry, just the definitions alone can take you 20 to 25 pages. So people that can be lazy run away from it, but it's very interesting. Next slide, please. Now, very quickly, the Constitution is the foundation for holding of oil and gas assets in Nigeria. Right now, we actually have dual regime, one under the Petroleum Act and one under the Petroleum Industry Act. And the question is why? The Petroleum Act has been in existence since 1969. In 2021, over 20 years later, we finally got the Petroleum Industry Act. And for the first time, gas was dealt with separately than what had obtained before. Now, when we go further down, and I'm speaking to the regulators, I would speak very briefly on some of the instruments that you would see. Now, if you were a holder of an instrument called an oil mining lease, and you did not convert that to a petroleum mining lease before the time stipulated in the PIA, then you would remain subject to the Petroleum Act. So the persons who are under the regime of the PIA are those operators that took steps to do the conversion. That's why we kind of have, dual regime happening. The Nigerian content Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act is important. This is the legislation that had to be put in place to allow operators that we call independents, the Nigerians, play in the space where the international oil companies had historically always played. It's because of legislation like that that we have companies like Oando doing, achieving great strides in doing things that before, a few years back, we thought only the Exxons and the Shells could do. There's the Gas Transportation Network Code, there's the Oil Pipelines Act, and then there's the EIA. Because the oil and gas sector is one that is project-laden, it's important to know about the EIA Act because you can't carry on any project without going through the EIA assessment, and there's a regulator that polices that space and ensures that you get the requisite approval and certification to proceed before you actually start the project. Next slide, please. So these are the key regulators you'll find in the oil and gas sector. There's the Minister of Petroleum Resources. He has broad powers to grant the hydrocarbon licenses and leases. You have the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. We all call it the NUPRC. They are responsible for actually issuing these licenses for the upstream sector, and then they collaborate with the regulator for the midstream and downstream, which is the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, that's the NMDPRA, with respect to ensuring that the entire value chain is regulated and governed well. So the NMDPRA handles matters in the midstream and the downstream sectors. And of course, the NCDMB, that's the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, that ensures that there's compliance with Nigerian content requirements. So for instance, in that law, it says that all of the legal work done in Nigeria should be done by Nigerian lawyers. We still see some international lawyers play in our space, but that was a key introduction that kind of helped Nigerian lawyers get into the rooms that ordinarily they won't have been able to participate in if we didn't have, provisions like this in the law. Next slide. These are your key players in the oil and gas space. You have the upstream, the international oil companies who are operators and JV partners with NMPC. They are contractors under the production sharing contract. They are also technical advisors and operators under contractual arrangements with a few indigenous companies. You have the NMPC, that's the National Oil Company. It's owned by the federal government. It's involved in the entire value chain of the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. It has entered into joint ventures with IOCs and more recently with the Nigerian independents. And then, of course, there are license holders as well. We've got the indigenous companies, and then we've got the midstream and downstream companies as well, like the petroleum marketing companies and the crude oil and gas processing and distribution companies. Next slide. We're going into power. And this basically just gives a pictorial representation of what you see. Most of you probably only know much about the power transformers. High tension wire is what they call it. And then where your meters are. But this basically shows how electricity moves in Nigeria. It gets generated by the generation companies. It moves through the transmission lines to the distribution companies before it gets to our houses. And historically, we had a vertically integrated power utility. I'm sure a few of you here were not born when we used to shout up NEPA. Did you people know up NEPA? You guys knew PHCN, but you did not know NEPA. It's just that some people, when they're still shouting NEPA. But I'm sure, how many of you even asked what is NEPA? Okay. So there was NEPA, and then there was an unbundling because there were legacy issues with the sector. There were losses, people were bypassing meters, collection of, payments for electricity generated was terrible. The entire sector was in a mess. So there was a need to now unbundle that huge entity called NEPA. And so there was a transition into another company called PHCN, Power Holding Company of Nigeria, before it was now then further broken down into, I believe, 6 generation companies, 11 distribution companies, and 1 transmission. Now, most of those generation and distribution companies have since been privatized. The only one that there was no privatization done was with respect to transmission, and there are political, reasons for that. But there was a concession with respect to managing that company. And we have since moved, next slide please, we have since moved from that to a more liberalized electricity market. And we have the Electricity Act to thank for that, because now for the first time, states can now they can now pass laws to cover the generation, the transmission, and the distribution of power within their states. This was not the case before now. So we're seeing a bit more traction in that space, with states actually doing what the federal had to do. It was too much for the federal. And so, breaking it into bite-sized regulation is kind of helping to liberalize the market. So in the Electricity Act, you see provisions that speak to the protection of investments. And of course, renewable energy has become quite topical. So you hear things around solar, wind, biomass, hydro, and geothermal. I will touch on that very briefly later on. Next slide. So now we've seen quite a few states, pass their own electricity laws, because I think at the time the Electricity Act was passed, maybe the federal didn't really think that the states could do it. But I think about 10, if I'm not mistaken, states have now passed their laws and created their own, or they are in the process of creating their own electricity markets. They've set up their own state regulators to regulate the generation and distribution of electricity within their states. And we think these are very interesting times for lawyers that actually play in that space. We've got the grid, the distribution and metering codes, and all this other host of regulations and guidelines that underpin the regulation of operations within the sector. As you can see, there's more than enough work for lawyers. These are the key regulators in the electricity market. There's the Federal Ministry of Power. There's NERC, who remains the regulator, pursuant to Section 33 of the EA, and they have charge with respect to issuing regulations and licenses for generation, transmission, trading, distribution, and system operations. I've spoken about states now being more frontal. So we have state electricity regulatory bodies. We also have the Nigeria Electricity Management Services Authority, NEMSA. This is the regulator that must enforce and monitor technical standards and specifications in the power sector so that, people are not, electrocuted ever so often. And then, of course, there's the transmission company of Nigeria PLC. Next slide. So the next couple of slides will kind of speak to what you typically will find a partner, a senior associate, an associate, or a trainee associate handling in a law firm. And you most likely have that also happening with in-house counsel as well. But they would not call their own team members this nomenclature. They'll probably be senior managers, I don't know what your really young legal officers will handle. Next slide, please. So this is a day in my life as a lawyer, but as a partner, it's not as a young lawyer. You cannot say you now come and do NYC in BNI. Then I'm looking for you. You now say you are in the gym. Because SD said she was in the gym between 7 o'clock and 8:30. It's not me. But this is me. This is my typical day. I wake up, I pray, I check my emails. Just be following the there's a common thread here. 7 to 8, I go to the gym. I do what? I check my emails. 9:30 to 10:30, I get into the office. I do what? I check my emails. 10:30 to 7:30 p.m. Client calls, emails, review documents, meetings, advisory, opinions. 7:45 to 11 p.m. What's the first thing there? You can't say, oh, because I've been in the office since 7 o'clock, your client is doing a cocktail, you are not there. You'll be there until 11 o'clock. And then sometimes I get home and I'm able to get to bed before midnight. But you would see that I kind of have this strategy of checking my emails ever so often. And the thing is, we are lawyers, but we're actually like doctors. And you can't, none of you will be happy if you send a message to your doctor that you cannot feel your heart and they answer you the next day. So we are the doctors to our clients. So your eyes must always be like, okay, is my client okay? Is there an email I need to, while you're carrying something in the gym, you're quickly. Many times they said, Stella, carry it. I'm coming. You quickly respond. And that kind of helps you show off as being efficient, being available, and being the trusted business advisor or partner to that client. There's nothing a client hates more than trying to reach you and they can't find you. So this is a typical day for me, provided I'm not closing a deal. Tommy is here. There were days we slept in the office. Let me just say very quickly a very short story. There was one time I didn't go home for 5 days because we were closing a deal. And so my brother, who also worked on the island, would come every morning with a change of clothes. And then when we finally closed that deal, I went home, had a proper shower, slept, and then I was going back to the office, and my dad said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to the office." He said, "But you've been in the office since." I said, "I came here to bath." "Oh, you came to waste my own water, because I don't know why you are here." But those are some of the things we had to do as young lawyers to be able to meet some really crazy deadlines for our clients. Next slide, please. So, as an associate, these are some of the things you'll be expected to do. At this point, you're managing deliverables, you're owning work streams, you are growing your confidence as a lawyer. So you are the first person, your first draft is going to make or mar what is going to go out. So if you think, because you have like 3 or 4 people before you just do anything, not very good. We rely so much on the first drafts of our young lawyers because you guys are the ones nearer the newest legislation, at some point we can't read those things anymore. So you guys are the ones that will help us. You join client calls, you manage specific aspects of a deal under supervision of the senior associates. You learn from the comments you get, and then you help with coordination. Now, keynote, at this stage, you are developing your independence, you're starting to take ownership of tasks, and you are building a reputation for competence and reliability. Next slide, please. Senior associates, they're more senior, they're leading teams now, they're providing strategy, they're managing client relationships. They're actually like senior managers, and most of them are on partner track. Some of them will never make partner, but it's left to them to decide who they want to be. As a senior associate, you're expected to deal with and effectively balance leadership, supervision, and strategic decision-making. And the last one is the partner. We don't sleep. The salary must be complete. And yeah, you're that person that the clients will look for, and you must be available. Next slide. So, key takeaways for the future lawyer communication, I've mentioned that technology awareness, you cannot in this era say you don't know anything about technology. That's you doing yourself a disservice. You must be able to be flexible and adaptable. You must be commercial in your thinking. Think strategically. You are going to be negotiators and you're going to be problem solvers. So you must remain visible. You must practice confidence. You must show up well. You must smell well. You must look well. You must speak well. You must volunteer. You must intern. Next slide. Mistakes that you should not make. Don't burn bridges. The people that you are in school with today may be persons that will be your clients tomorrow. Keep those relationships going. Try and run away from having a very poor work ethic. Be the first in the room. Be the first to volunteer to do a task. Try and ensure you get mentored. And remain curious, because silence doesn't help anyone. And so, my closing message to the young, aspiring lawyers in the room: some of you will end up shaping policies. You would lead energy companies like Oando. You may sit as judges. You will negotiate billion-dollar naira global deals. My charge is walk through the doors with excellence, with courage, with purpose, and just remember, Nigeria and indeed Africa needs brilliant lawyers. And we would be looking forward, God keeping us, to welcoming you to the bar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for our speaker. At this juncture, we're going to entertain some questions. Sure, she has said a whole lot. I'm sure there are different things you would like to ask her, and this is that opportunity. So if you have any questions, just quickly signal, and I will hand over the mic to you. Okay? So you're the first.
Good morning. My name is Modeling. Thank you, Ma, for the amazing speech that you've given us. My name is Dabelu Modelim. I am a student at Afe Babalola University. And my question borders on, becoming the actual lawyer. You mentioned a lot about work ethic, communication, and it seems that the higher you go, the more work you have, the more that is on your shoulder. So my question really borders on the balance, work-life balance, especially the long days that you have or that you'd come to have regarding work. So is there a balance? Do you balance work and life, family time, and all that?
There's really no balance. You just try your very best. Some fantastic, brilliant lawyers have had to leave legal practice to go in-house because they were trying to find this balance. But the thing is, it's not every time you're stretched. Even when you come in, like the CLO Tomi, she's one of my very close friends. Another one sits up there, Damola. And Damola normally will go to the gym, but today she was like, I have to leave early. I've got like back to back meetings. But that's not every day, right? What I would say to young lawyers is try. The first 5 years of your life, try and give as much as you can. I know with the younger generation, we're hearing this work-life balance more often than not. You will find that balance when you get older. And that's why I showed you a day in my life. As a young lawyer, I was obese, I was big. I did not find time. I was even happy to be eating the rice, but I was doing the work, right? Because I wanted to learn. This is your time to soak up. But you see that balance, you will have to drag it yourself. What I try to do now is Maybe on a Saturday, I'll go get a massage. On Sunday, go to church, find somewhere to go and eat or something. But there's no real balance. It's for you to decide what, create your own balance. I guess that's what I'm going to say. It's not one size for everyone.
I think just from the family, because you also mentioned family time, especially as, you're young, maybe you have a young family at that time. I think getting a lot of support also helps. Like I had, I was here when I started Oando, I had my kids. I had a lot of help from my parents, just try and get as much help and outsource a lot of things. There are some things you don't have to do yourself because you are trying to build your career. Get as much help as you can because especially for women, it's a bit. I think it's sorry, men. I don't mean to sound.
No need to apologize.
But it can be tough on women, especially as if you have a young family. I mean, I have my colleagues here that have young children, and just try and get as much external help as much because unfortunately, it doesn't wait for you. Like the life moves on quickly, and you find yourself lagging behind if you don't find as much help as you can from your family, friends, outsourced help and all that. So I think that's what
Thank you so much. I think I saw another hand here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Precious Abodjorin, a student of Olabisi Onabanjo University. So as someone that is in the digital world, how do I survive being in the legal world? For example, as a content writer, a social media manager, all those digital skills, how do I bring them into the legal world and be successful in it?
It's your people we are looking for, and I think my brother is going to speak to that. Because you, for instance, we are now we're actually as a firm doing an AI audit. Are we ready? What do we have in place to do all of that? You already have a head start in the fact that you understand that digital world more than some of us. So you can actually provide that support wherever you find yourself. And of course, as a lawyer, you'll be the first person to even help with certain things like data privacy and the contracts or the laws or the regulations that should underpin that space because of your knowledge of it.
All right, thank you. I saw one hand there. I'll get to you.
Yes, good morning, Ma.
Morning.
My name is Atera Sarah Olateju from Lagos State University. So yes, you mentioned something about mentorship series. We should learn to be mentored. So now my question is, what type of mentorship models do you think would work best for a junior counsel or a junior lawyer in a field where major senior partners or even partners are stretched thin across multiple projects? So what type of mentorship models do you think would work for that junior lawyer where partners are even engrossed in multiple projects and even partners are busy with other stuff?
So your mentor doesn't necessarily have to be someone you work with. It can be someone you admire from afar. You can, follow them on, pages like LinkedIn and see what they put out as thought leaders. Partners in law firms sometimes are stretched, but in my firm, for instance, there's an open door policy. So if you have a challenge, you have something you're struggling with, you can reach out to any of us and have a conversation. So what we find with younger people, not just younger lawyers, is that they think, mentorship must be structured in a particular way. No. You see how someone speaks. You see what they write. You see what they do. If you have an opportunity to meet up with them, you have a conversation with them, and that can change your entire worldview. So any opportunity you have, try and see what you can learn from them. And then, of course, if you go for internships, we have people coming to our firm doing internships. Some people will just sit in the space for 4 weeks. They don't talk to anyone. They do the work they're doing, and they go away. But when you have an opportunity like that, you should, have conversations with people, not just the partners, because not only partners that are mentors. Someone that is 2 or 3 years your senior at the bar can mentor you. So, it's not straitjacketed.
All right. One last hand here, and then we'll take the questions online.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name is Bolo Atito, a student of Olabisi Mbadiwe University. So I have a quick question. In today's crowded legal market, how do you differentiate a valuable lawyer from just a qualified lawyer?
A valuable lawyer is one that makes my life easy. He's standing here, but I'm going to say that that's an example. Mr. Shino is an example of a valuable lawyer. Shino, remind me, you are 2 years at the bar? He's 2 years at the bar. But there are things that Shino will churn out that some of my senior associates will not churn out. So already we know that if Chino comes to my office and closes the door, I will tell him to open the door. Because when they do that, they're about to go. So Chino is not going anywhere. And told me, please, don't remember his name. It's not coming here. But a valuable lawyer is one that is available, flexible in thought, the quality of their first drafts, the ability to remind you that this client has not paid. Because you see, there's something about doing work and then forgetting that law is a business. He's quick on the take, as in his responsiveness is actually very admirable. He's also one that would remind you that we sent out this proposal, we haven't heard anything. So he has taken on the garb of a business owner, like he's a partner already. So a lot of young people coming and make it a job. You need to be passionate about what you do. Even if you're there for just 6 months or a year, when you are leaving, people must feel your absence. That's the difference.
That's lovely. Okay, so we have 2 questions online. They're quite similar, so I'm just going to merge them into one. So the question here is, good morning. As a law graduate, student, interested in oil and gas, how do I start building myself for this practice? And then the other one added, considering I may also have interest in getting internships.
You should come straight now. You want to intern with us? We are open. Send your CV. But seriously, we like to have interns come in the room. And if you're thinking of actually starting a career as a lawyer in the oil and gas space, I would say, first and foremost, try and do everything general before you specialize. A lot of young lawyers make that mistake of just jumping in. So you now then find lawyers that are 10 years at the bar and they cannot draft a resolution. They don't understand CAMA. They cannot review routine agreements. Cut your teeth with routine agreements, review agreements, understand. Because there's no oil and gas company that is not a company. So if you don't know CAMA, there's a problem. Make sure you go and sit with people that do company secretarial, seats at meetings of boards. There are quite a lot of things that you can, garner from sitting in those spaces. So don't just think, okay, I just want to start reading PSCs. No. If you don't know what an NDA looks like or what you should look out for in an NDA, you can't help me with a PSC. So let's be as generalistic as we can. First 2 years, do as many things in different areas of law before you now then say, I want to go this way. Like I said, I didn't do oil and gas in school. The first 3 years of my career, I was a litigator. I went to court. I did company secretarial. I think it was in my 5th year, I now then started doing some oil and gas stuff. But right now, there's nothing in CAMA, apart from this new CAMA now that they are trying to use to confuse us, that I didn't know. So, and that will actually get you ready to even be invited to sit on boards. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please, I believe we can do better than that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to one of the major highlights of our program today. It's a very special moment. Let me come to the center. And it is a time when we're going to get a charge from our visionary leader, whose strategic insight, his commitment, his energy, his brilliance has been instrumental in moving this company in a very progressive direction. And it's a very special moment. It's a moment we should all treasure, have it for the history books, because we don't get to have this opportunity often. Personally, I recall during my interview stage, when I saw email, the next stage of your interview is with the MD. I was like, what is going on? Am I safe? Did I apply for the wrong job? They want to make me a director at once. I was confused. But I got to learn something, because it's rare to see an organization where, in the course of your recruitment, the MD will actually create the time to talk with you as a new recruit. It shows the level of commitment. It shows the level of passion he has for his job. And it's no wonder why Oando has grown to become the organization it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we invite our visionary leader. I'm not even sure if I'm worthy to call this name, but I will try. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite to the podium to speak to us Dr. Alex.
Good morning. Okay, I think they must have overfed you people. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Okay. What's your name? Shino, tell me what's the most exciting thing you've heard since you've been here this morning.
All right. So I think the most uplifting thing I've heard is the fact that if you lock in early in your career, if you make the relevant sacrifices, it pays off. Yeah.
You're not clapping for Shino. You in green. Okay. I always say that these opportunities come sparingly in life. You don't appreciate them until you get much older. An opportunity to sit down with your peers, to get mentored by people that are doing the work. And of course, in many ways, to dive deep into the essence of what you're going to do for the rest of your lives. For some of you. For others, you might navigate your way out of this into something that's perhaps maybe suiting or more relevant or more convenient. It's instrumental to note, right? A fun fact, you probably know this already, but the founders of this institution are both lawyers, right? And what that does, it gives you an idea of the strength and potential of the discipline you've chosen to do in life. I don't stand here before you today as MD. I stand here before you as a colleague. I often say that I'm in awe of gatherings like this, where qualified professionals are all trying to improve themselves, because that's what we're doing here, right? And I haven't seen better dexterity, creativity, out-of-the-box thinking, commercial relevance and success in my own life from people that are not lawyers, right? I have seen that amount of capacity from lawyers largely. When I look around my friends, it's the same thing. Those that are on the ball, understand contracts, understand commercial negotiations. I always find that having that law background provides an undue advantage, in my opinion. So, first of all, clap for yourselves for picking to do this. The second thing is, we're all going into a new world, and that world demands a different kind of approach, right? When you look at what's happening today with all the growth in data management and big data and AI and the various machine learning that happens at a very basic level, right? Not even in the more complex levels. It's clear that knowledge is slowly becoming priced at zero. Now, one of the great things you lawyers had was the ability to quote every case file from 1925 to date, right? Synthesis of knowledge is also becoming cost per unit zero, meaning that today I can take all the case files that have ever been heard about a particular aspect of law. I can review that over the arguments that have been made, and I can come to a conclusion better than 99.9% of the lawyers that exist. That's just a fact. It's not to belittle the work you do. How do you function in that new world? And what that requires is a lot of, first of all, introspection and understanding that the world is moving, all right? So let's not hide and pretend all of this is not happening. But secondly, a strategy for coping with that. And I think that's some of the stuff that, Tommy, I hope you're covering with them today, right? It's thinking about what does a lawyer mean in 2030, 2040, 2050. Some of you will be dead by then, Sha. All of it. Some of us, not some of you. 2070, 80, and so on, right? The reality is that that form that you see today is going to drastically change. And on the back of that, there's something to be said for the rate of change. In the past, things changed very slowly because you and I were involved in that change. We're involved in the research, the development, the improvement, the testing. In today's world, that rate of change has been accelerated by all the advances I spoke about earlier on. So we couldn't build an aircraft that could do certain things unless we had elapsed 10, 15 years, because we needed to improve material science. We needed to improve some of the aerodynamics of the aircraft. We needed to improve some of the internal machine controls, hydraulic and electronic systems. Today, you can do all of that in 2 weeks. Simply because of the ability to augment and speed up that process. So in your field, that rate of change, you've got to be aware of it. It's going to be much quicker. Now, your biggest stumbling block is going to be the judiciary system. It's not going to change as quick, right? Because governments and systems of that nature are just quite slow. But in advanced countries, you will see that progress. Now, you have a unique advantage. You can see the journey. So the choices you make today are very important, extremely important. What is your strategy for the future? Where are you going to focus all your energies? Is it on cramming case files or on understanding how best to utilize the tools that exist to improve your own argument or your own positions, whether it's documentary or whether it's argumentative, whatever it is? And largely looking at the schools or opportunities like this to get that improvement. I'm always impressed by lawyers. First of all, I'm a very, very lazy reader, right? I don't like to read. Tommy will tell you. I say, Tommy, what does that thing say? You're looking at me as if, but they gave us the document together. Won't you read your own? Let me read mine. So I do envy the amount of work you guys put in. And I say everyone in this room, I was with a law firm a few weeks ago during the International Men's Day, and I was saying that everyone in this room has an insatiable appetite for success. You will not be here or online if you did not commit to the hard work, the dedication, and the effort required to get to where you are. So you already have the foundation. And my charge to you today is don't close your eyes to the future that's ahead of you. On a final note, I hope you guys have a very exciting day. How many more hours for the day? About 3-4 hours. Leaning, I always say, fully commit. There's no time like the present. Tomorrow is not assured. The arrogance that you may have tomorrow is, for me, folly. Today is what you have. Put everything into this. Get to know the people around you if you don't know them. You form the most unique friendships in the most strange circumstances. And I wish you all the very best for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was fantastic. I think you had a sneak peek into our subsequent sessions, but thank you very much. Sorry, I'm going to alter our program a bit. I know, you guys came late, so I'm going to take a little bit of your time. And I want to bring up somebody so special to the organization and to myself. So basically, I started work, and please don't gasp, because anytime I say how long I've been here, people always I've been here since 2007, I believe, yeah. I said don't gasp. And the person I'm going to bring up, she was my first boss, Mrs. Ronke Shokefun. Can you give her a round of applause? She actually hired me to Oando, and she never knew me before or anything. And I was even late for my interview. That day, we were still in Ajose. The traffic was demonic. That's all I can say. I had to get down, run, but all the panelists she called them back, and well, here we are today. And I think one interesting thing is that, she was the CLO at that time. And today she's a non-executive director of Oando. So it shows you how your career can grow as well. So please help me welcome Mrs. Ronke Shokefun.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Efuntomi, for that introduction. It's good to see you guys. I see the eager faces, and I pray it stays that way. It's a rocky journey out there. Don't let anyone deceive you. It's rocky, but with your perseverance, hold on to that word, perseverance, consistency, hard work, you can beat any door down, trust me. You're lucky this morning. I see folks in the room. You have a Stella sitting with you. You have Sade, you have Damola. Alex just spoke to you. That's like the best crop of people you'll ever come across. We didn't have opportunities like this when we were studying. It was all manual, all grinding. We didn't even know anyone. If I'd come into this room back then, I'm sure they would have taken security to get me out of this room. We didn't even think we could work in places like this. But like I said, consistency, perseverance will get you through any door. I'm sure a lot of you yesterday saw on social media that Mr. Fashola went back to the courts. That also tells you that you have to be grounded. I'm back in a law firm. Been there, done that. Started in a law firm, was a partner in Alukwano Ebody. I saw your name, Alukwano. Is that you? Good to see you. I was a partner in Alukwano Ebody, and then I came in-house. I was here for, I can't remember the number of years, maybe 9, 10. And like Tommy said, like I always say, you're as good as the team that works with you. You are only as good as your team. I built a team, and I'm proud to say today I look at each and every one of them. Efuntomi has gone through the grinding mill, and today she's CLO. From there, I went into government. As lawyers, you do not understand the bandwidth within which you operate. You cannot even appreciate it until you get to those quarters. I worked in the Ministry of Agriculture. The only connection I had with agriculture was in secondary school, and I ran a whole ministry. You do not have to be a specialist. You just have to have those administrative skills to be able to harness the resources you have and work with them. From there, I went on to chair one of the biggest federal government boards. Again, I didn't have a say, I didn't have a hand in those who came into the boardroom, but I had to work with each and every one of them. And I ran that for 4 years. Then I rested. Even God rested after creation. And then I woke up and I was like, okay, what next? Ma'am, you can't retire. What do you want to do? And I realized that in the legal space, there are gaps. Of course, I'm not going to tell you my secret. And I did my research, and I realized I could create a whole table, not sit on a table. And I sold the idea. I had 3 law firms at the back of my mind. The first law firm ran with it, as in literally ran with it. I dictated my own terms of employment. I cannot come in every day, I'm an elder. I cannot be waking up at 9 a.m. every day or going to work 9 a.m. every day. So it works for me. And guess what? I still do my personal things. I give talks. I have a talk at 1:30 today. I'm speaking to a group of SME, young SME folks. I challenged myself. In January this year, I launched 2 books virtually. I wrote 2 books. The opportunities you guys have today, you do not understand it. You have social media that can hype you up like this. You have AI. I actually last year I took a course, self-funded. When they first started, like first 2 weeks, I didn't even know where I was. I did not understand the lingo. Then they said I could pay for a personal coach. I said, okay, I'm here, sir. I paid $10,000, my personal money, to understand AI. And it was right after that I challenged myself to write those books. I'm presenting those books I'm using as the speaking point for this afternoon's session. Please milk this opportunity. I'm just going to appeal to you. Don't let it be something I walked into and I walked out. Don't be carried away by the aesthetics. Pick the subtle things. Build relationships. I'm not promising that all of you will be hired by Oando, but lean on the people you meet today and leverage on it. Have a fantastic day and all the best.
That was wonderful. I hope you all learned something. That's beautiful. So because of time, we're going to try to speed this up, and we are moving straight to the next session. Now, like I said in my introduction, every session leads to the other. They're connected. Now, in the first session, we laid the groundwork. We discussed the fundamentals of a legal career of a 21st century lawyer. Now, in this next session, which is titled Law Without Borders, Building a Career Beyond Jurisdictions, we're going to have a speaker who's going to talk to us about the globalization of the legal profession in line with the modern dynamics of the modern world. Now, the 21st century lawyer is not confined by geography. And that's the fact, that's the truth. So if you're passionate about standing out in the legal profession in the 21st century, it's important you learn how to transcend boundaries, physical limitations. Now we have the virtual space, and we're going to see and learn a lot how to take full advantage of the diverse opportunities that the 21st century gives lawyers in the legal space. And so we have a speaker who is a senior associate in Aluko and Oyebode. I can already see it's prophetic. It's saying senior advocate. And so we have Ms. Adele Risimi Phillips Adeleye, who is a senior associate in the dispute resolution team of Aluko and Oyebode. She's a key member of the firm's construction, infrastructure, and energy and natural resources practice groups. Her practice focuses on arbitration, litigation, alternative dispute resolution, representing international and domestic clients in complex commercial, construction, and energy-related disputes. She has advised on several projects. She has worked on bespoke agreements such as the EPC, EPCM, and she has provided end-to-end support on contract drafting, negotiation, risk management, dispute avoidance. She has international experience from a secondment with the international arbitration team at Hogan Lovells in London. She has specialist training in construction law and arbitration, with the International Federation of Consulting Engineers and Delos. She was recently nominated as one of Nigeria's 40 under 40 rising stars by ESQ Legal Awards. She currently serves as Africa Regional Representative for the London Court of International Arbitration, the Young International Arbitrators Group, and as a volunteer senior counsel at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce International Arbitration Center, supporting initiatives that advance arbitration and ADR across the continent. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Ms. Adele Simi.
Everyone, it's such a pleasure to be here. So I'm just going to say a very big thank you to the leadership and management of Oando for this opportunity. And I'm also just going to celebrate the future of legal practice. Every one of you, young lawyers from different universities, I look forward to an exciting session with you guys. But let me just take a feel, let me just have a feel of the room. I'd like to know the universities represented here. What schools do we have here? Starting from number 1, sorry. Okay, I can't hear you. So I like to say that, so who can guess my university? And I know some of you know, so please don't mention. I like to say that I went to the original version of Unilag. Yes, but following what Ms. Duru said this morning, you know, she had described somebody as being a high-value lawyer. So I'd like to say that I attended a university that churns out high-value lawyers. Can you guess now? Yes, please. Lagos State University. Yes. Okay. And I'm just going to introduce myself briefly and what I do. And as much as possible, we're going to try to make this session interactive just so that we get the best out of it. So I am a commercial disputes lawyer. What that means is that I'm that lawyer who's on the other end of the line when things go wrong, trying to help parties resolve their disputes, either in court or in arbitration. But I'm also a dispute avoidance lawyer because we're understanding these days that parties no longer want to fight, you know, if that's avoidable. And so I do a lot of work in the construction and infrastructure space, as well as in the energy sector. And what I do basically is to try to, from a very early stage, ensure that there are limited scopes or opportunities for disputes. How did I get here? I started out in what I think is a very good university. You might not agree with me, but I started out in a university like Lagos State University. And I've said that because I know a number of us here have attended universities that are not Harvard, that are not Oxford, you know, and then you think, do I have a disadvantage by virtue of my start? Do I have a disadvantage by virtue of the fact that I didn't go to Ivy League university or a private university? So that's one thought to hold. After university, I went to law school in Kano. I didn't go to Lagos campus or Abuja campus. You know, I didn't get to network with some of the, you know, big guys. Thank you very much. Again, you're going to find yourself in that situation, and then you ask yourself, is that a disadvantage, right? And then after law school, I went for NYSC. You think that things would finally look better for me, but guess where I went to guess where I went to serve? I served in Kwara State. Yes, I served in Ilorin, and I remember that my first salary as a lawyer was 7,500 naira. And trust me, this was not 10 years ago. This was less than 10 years ago. I've said all of this to say that it doesn't matter where you're starting your practice. It doesn't matter, you know, what university you're starting out, what factors, you know, don't necessarily look good in your favor. What matters is what you make out of it. How can you position yourself as a lawyer who's able to get all the opportunities And so today, we're going to be discussing law without borders, building a career beyond jurisdictions, beyond the fact that you're an indigene of Kogi State, beyond the fact that you studied law in, okay, let me not mention names, right? How can you position in Uniben? Yes, I'm looking at you. So how can you position yourself for opportunities across borders? And some of the things that I'm hoping that we can cover today is just even understanding the nature of the world that we are in right now, the nature of legal services, the nature of legal needs, and then the opportunities that being in a borderless world creates for us as young law students, and budding lawyers, and how we can position ourselves for those opportunities. And obviously, the world is changing. We've said a lot of that this morning. We used to say that the world is a global village. And more than ever before, we're beginning to see that the world is actually a very tiny, interconnected village because of two key factors, globalization and technology. We're seeing that organizations across different countries and jurisdictions are now beginning to expand their businesses beyond their countries. They are beginning to expand their influences beyond their countries. Because of that, there is the need for legal services beyond your primary place of business, and technological advancements as well. The human race has now been able to defy the obstacles that existed in jurisdictions and barriers. So now you're able to go from Nigeria to Asia, you're able to do business across different continents. And so technology and globalization creates opportunities. The impact is that, first of all, new laws have had to be created because of these new advancements. So for example, we're talking tech, we're talking fintech, we're talking people using personal data or processing personal data. Prior to COVID, prior to the advent of tech, we didn't have a very strong data privacy legal framework in Nigeria, for example. But now, there is a need to understand, everybody has to comply, there are compliance requirements for organizations with respect to processing of data. So the globalization and technology creates new needs, basically, and then new needs, new laws, and obviously the need for new lawyers who are able to speak to these needs. And I'm just gonna ask very quickly, sorry, I've moved past that, yes. I'm just going to ask, and please, yes, display the next slide. I'm going to paint a few scenarios of the kind of work that I face every day and the kind of work that lawyers face every day. And you'll see some of the cross-border elements in today's work and the nature of legal services. So picture yourself as a lawyer, you have a client, it's a fintech startup, and think Flutterwave, think Paystack. This fintech startup has users in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, across different countries. Your clients, obviously, from time to time would need legal advice on how to navigate these different markets. What are the IP laws? What are the legal and regulatory requirements? And you have to advise, either solo, if you're so confident to advise on UK law, or in collaboration with lawyers who are qualified or practice in these jurisdictions. Think of a construction dispute. Think of a highway project, any project, highway, road infrastructure, rail project in Nigeria. The investor is Chinese. The government obviously is African. The contractor is Indian. The financing agreement or the EPC contract is governed by English law. The arbitration is seated in Paris. The award is supposed to be enforced in Dubai. How many jurisdictions do you see here? Several. And that's actually the nature of work. So from time to time, you're either having to review an agreement, and you're trying to see what is the position of English law on limitation of time. What's the position of English law on enforcement of judgments? What's the position of Indian law, for example, with respect to, depending on the nature of the agreement. So as a lawyer, today, for you to be able to provide your clients with the needs that they have, you have to navigate law beyond your territorial jurisdiction, either based on knowledge that you have or based on your collaboration with other lawyers. Think of an oil spill occurring in the Niger Delta area. You have a multinational operator who's headquartered in Europe, and then who has shareholders in the US, and then is facing shareholder pressure from these investors. That's cross-border work. Think of a Nigerian artist. You're an entertainment lawyer. Your client says, he's found himself in a situation where he sampled a beat created by a South African producer signed to a UK label. This is the reality of legal practice today. And the question is, how can you, as a lawyer called to the Nigerian bar, position yourself to be relevant to these kind of needs? How can you be the go-to lawyer who's able to meet these legal services? And next we go to, now that we understand the kind of services that our clients need, how can you position yourself? What is the role of lawyers in this evolving world? And I would like to ask you guys, just so that we understand what has changed from traditional practice to what legal services require now. Between traditional lawyer and modern lawyer, what has changed? What do you know used to be 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago, that has changed from what currently occurs or obtains? I'll call by university. Oando Mbadiwe University. But just asking, what has changed in the, I'm sure a lot of you have been wanting to be lawyers for more than 5 years. You know what it used to be like. What has changed? Yes, please. Brilliant. Yes. So your traditional lawyer was all about court. We're going to fight it out. You see all those stickers behind cars, sue that bastard, right? All of that has changed, actually. Now, and we'll discuss that very shortly, legal services, and people are tired of fighting. These days, when people say, oh, you're a lawyer, it's nice to meet you, I'll go and fight, I'll go and look for trouble. I say, please, I don't even want trouble again. Like, let's seal deals, let's do other things. People are tired of fighting. So that's something, and thank you very much, that's very brilliant. That's something that has changed, yes, from traditional legal practice to modern legal practice. Yes, please. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, digitization of court processes. Of course, more advanced in some jurisdictions than others. We are still trying to, gradually ease into that in Nigeria. When you talk about our court systems, we're still quite paper-based, and we're still quite, you go to court during trial, the judge is saying, I'm still writing. So we're going to get there, don't worry, but we're not there yet. But yes, in terms of the court processes, there's the digitization, and then even just legal practice, and we'll come into that very shortly. One more person, and then we'll move on. Yes. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So in the past, you would have to, if your senior had asked you to conduct a research on let's say mandatory injunctions. What are the conditions for the grant of a mandatory injunction? You'd have had to go to the office. You'd have had to find a law report. You'd have had to check Shashebon. All of that has changed now, right? And you guys are right. Next slide. We'll start with some of the light ones. So the difference between the traditional lawyer and the modern lawyer. And, we'll see how the role of a lawyer has evolved. In the past, the traditional lawyer used to live in a sea of paper. Like you said, everything paper-based. You see some senior advocates, even till now, and senior lawyers, when they are drafting their briefs, they have to write it on A4 paper, then they give it to somebody to type, and that's how they process their thoughts. All of that is gone now. Now, modern lawyers live in the cloud. We are utilizing AI tools to process our work. Traditional lawyer would carry a briefcase. Now, all you need is your laptop, right? There are some law firms who, God forbid COVID happens again, they still cannot function because all of their resources, their cases, etc., are in files somewhere. This is all I need. I can travel anywhere in the world with my laptop, and I'm fine. In fact, this is my office. I don't need any briefcase. I don't need any. This is all I need to function as a lawyer. Your traditional lawyer used to work 9 to 5 in one office, and then today, your modern lawyer works across different time zones, often 24/7 in global time. I was on a call with a lawyer in Australia yesterday. We're just trying to even agree time zones. I think we had the call 10 a.m. my time. It was 8 p.m. our time. And that's the reality of a lawyer today. You can't say that I do 9 to 5. You can't reach me after 5 o'clock. Next slide, please. And then to the more serious differences in terms of the scope of work. Your traditional lawyer used to work in one jurisdiction. I'm a Lagos lawyer, I'm a Nigerian lawyer. I only know Nigerian law, advice on Nigerian tenancy law, Nigerian banking law, Nigerian oil and gas law, and that was brilliant, right? Now you're working across multiple jurisdictions and borders. Like the examples that we saw, you need to be able to understand basic legal principles across jurisdictions and how to leverage research tools as well. Obviously, because you're not qualified to practice in the UK, I don't expect that you understand everything about English law. But you should be able to access resources that can even help you give preliminary advice based on, whatever resources are available to you. Practice style. So in the past, again, we are discussing the evolving role of lawyers, don't forget. In the past, lawyers used to be reactive. Like I said, as a dispute lawyer, you're on the other end of the line. When things go bad, people come to you. And that's how we used to be traditionally. You're only responding to problems after they've happened. But now, legal needs have changed. Your client expects you to be proactive. So modern lawyers anticipate risks and create proactive strategies. We're talking risk avoidance. We're talking risk mitigation. We're talking, how do we not get to that point? Tools in the past, like we said, paper-based research tools, precedent-driven, but now we're able to leverage AI, e-discovery tools, document review tools, etc. And then knowledge base, I think that this is very important in understanding your client's needs. In the past, it was okay to just have knowledge of substantive law. Brilliant lawyer, he knows the law, he knows evidence, he knows procedure, right? There was not much requirement for having business and tech literacy, right? There was limited business and tech literacy. It was just knowledge of law. But now, as a lawyer in the 21st century who's looking to do work beyond borders, in addition to your deep knowledge of the law, you're supposed to have literacy in business, tech, data, and culture. Next slide, please. And then, I like to just refer you to this quote that helps you understand the nature of legal services that your clients need now. And I came across this quote one time when I was advising a client. It was a dispute resolution proceeding. Sorry, it was a dissolution of marriage proceeding, and then there was a tussle about custody of the children of the marriage. We were representing the grandparents, and then the party on the other side was the father of the children. And, the grandparents wanted custody to the children because the mother of the children was late. And I had to advise them. So my boss had said, okay, do a legal opinion advising them on their right to custody. And after I'd done my opinion, it was obvious. There was no way that the court was going to give custody to the grandparents as against the father. And I was frank in my opinion. And then I told them, that the custody is going to go to the father. The children are almost 18 years anyway, so just wait. When they're 18, they can come to you. My boss was furious. You don't tell a client that, right? This is what a client, wants from you. He says, I don't want a lawyer to tell me what I cannot do. I hire a lawyer to tell me how to do what I want to do. That is your role as a lawyer. It's not so when you provide legal opinions, you're not telling your clients, well, you've breached the contract, so you have to pay. Or the law says that your license has expired, so that's the end. No, your client probably knows the law, right? So the question is, how can you help your client navigate the legal situation or the legal disadvantage that they found themselves in? You must bear that in mind, as a 21st century lawyer who's trying to work across jurisdictions. Your knowledge base has to be, you must also be commercially savvy. You must understand the needs of your clients. Like, we don't just need you to, when you're preparing opinions to us, we don't just need you to advise us on what the law says. How can this apply to our situation? And then I think we can, I guess the last point I would like to make there is the path of a traditional lawyer was just linear. It was associate to partner, and then maybe I should ask, how many of you here want to be senior advocates? Okay, interesting. How many of you here want to be judges? Oh, that's good. Very good. In Nigeria, right? You don't know. No, but that's not bad, actually. That's very good. Are there other career paths you're exploring? Let me just have a feel of the room again. So those of you that don't want to be senior advocates, those of you that don't want to be judges, what do you want to be in future? Yes. So you want to be a policymaker. So you're looking, okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Any other person? You don't want to be a senior advocate. You don't want to be a judge. So what do you want to be? Yes. How many of you want to be senior advocates? Let me see again. How many of you want to be judges? The people on this side, what do you want to be? Yes. Okay. Other parts like what? But what's the big picture? Okay. Yes, try. Brilliant. Bring in digital skills, and you'll be very interested in the next session, I'm sure. Yes. So I did that to show us that it's okay if you don't want to be a senior advocate. It's okay if you don't want to be a judge. It's okay if you don't want to be a partner in a law firm. There are many other opportunities out there. You just need to know them so that you can position yourself. So unlike traditional lawyers who had to be one of these three, right, or maybe even in-house counsel, now the world of work for lawyers is flexible. You're able to work across different sectors and different jurisdictions. Now you're able to merge your passion with your legal practice. Now you could do fashion law. Now you could do tech law. Now you could do sports law. A lot has changed now. And then you can, as an entertainment lawyer, I see some entertainment lawyers, they're always having fun. They're always going out with their star clients, Why not, right? So the world of work for lawyers has changed because legal services and legal needs have changed. Okay, now speaking more about opportunities in cross-border practice, we've said that we're Nigerian lawyers called to the Nigerian bar. By virtue of being Nigerian, some people think that you already have a disadvantage. I disagree with that because I think that just even having a law degree and being called to the bar, it positions you for other opportunities, right? But the question is, after law school, what do you do with your LLB? What do you do with your BL? And we're going to discuss these opportunities in two ways. One is, as a lawyer in Nigeria, how can I do work outside of Nigeria? For example, I'm a lawyer in Nigeria, right? Or maybe something I did not mention, is the fact that I recently had the secondment with the international arbitration team in a global law firm called Hogan Lovells in their London law firm. And the question is, how can you position yourself for opportunities like that, right? So there are two ways. You can either be a lawyer who wants to japa, right? And that's okay. You want to position yourself to be able to do international work. That's one aspect of this. Or you could be a lawyer who you're here in Nigeria, but you're accessible to other markets, right? And a path like international arbitration gives you that opportunity. I'm an international arbitration lawyer. I just said that I was speaking to somebody in Australia. I have lawyers from different jurisdictions, in my network, Ethiopia, Mauritius. Think about it, the UK, Canada, and that's what international arbitration. So the first thing we're going to discuss in terms of opportunities and how you can plug yourself in for global work is international arbitration. So if people are transacting across borders, it means that there's a likelihood for disputes to arise. And then, obviously, they're not going to. So let's talk about our construction dispute example. You have an Indian contractor. You have please remind me, you have a Chinese investor. If a dispute arises, and you had to advise your client, would you go to a court in China? You're representing a Nigerian party. If a dispute arises, would you go to a court in China? Is it likely? Why? Why? Why would you not go to a court in China if a dispute arises in the context of your construction dispute? One, okay. Yes. And so let's assume you could even get a lawyer qualified in China. Why would you not advise your client, your Nigerian client, to go and resolve a dispute in a Chinese court? Yes. Because what? The law differs. Okay, yes. There's something I'm looking for. Yes? Yes. Exactly. Neutrality, impartiality, right? So because of the interconnected nature of work now, people are choosing more neutral dispute resolution platforms or models. And one of such is arbitration. And then you choose international arbitration because there is a foreign party or there is an international element to the kind of work, right? So international arbitration is quite common in certain sectors, oil and gas, trade, finance. So for example, with construction disputes, we have standard forms of contractual construction disputes. One of them is FIDIC, which is a standard form that is issued by the International Federation of Consulting Lawyers. And in that contract, for example, the standard form of dispute resolution is arbitration, ICC arbitration, seated in Paris. Of course, parties can amend, but check your law reports, check NWLL, check Law Pavilion. You will hardly see any recent case where the courts are determining construction disputes. They don't have, with all due respect, they don't have the capacity for it. These are very nuanced transactions, and it's not in your client's best interest that a judge who doesn't know what variations are, who doesn't know what extension of time claims in construction, who doesn't understand how construction contract is unfair to your clients to take that matter before a construction, before a judge. So usually in some sectors, international arbitration is used as the primary mode of dispute resolution. That creates opportunities for you as a lawyer. You can work from Nigeria, you can advise on disputes in any jurisdiction, obviously by collaborating with other lawyers. There's also opportunities in international commercial and business law advisory. So multinational companies, they want advice on regulatory compliance. So Netflix is coming into Nigeria, TikTok is coming into Nigeria, Microsoft, they want to know, how can I ensure that I am not in breach of Nigerian law? What is Nigerian law on data privacy? We know of mergers and acquisition as well. A company is acquiring another company. Say Stripe is acquiring Paystack, or Oando is acquiring Naok, for example. How do you advise those kind of organizations? So there's a lot of work opportunities that's created in this area. IP protection. Think of the example that I mentioned earlier about a Nigerian who's sampling a South African artist song and then is now facing a lawsuit where there's an alleged breach of intellectual property rights. Think of international payments. So for example, in the fintech space, that's quite new in Nigeria. We're beginning to see a number of disputes where stakeholders within the fintech space are suing each other, right? You carry out a transaction and then your money goes missing, or the money is not, the payment is not processed. How do you navigate disputes arising from that? International trade, some of you have heard of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and the whole idea behind that is that there's going to be free movement of goods, people, and services across Africa. With that creates opportunities, right? If your client in Nigeria is looking to export cocoa or looking to export adire to Ghana or to South Africa, your client needs a lawyer who can advise on work in that area. Of course, energy law, Ms. Duru had spoken about this earlier. We're seeing a lot of movement from fossil fuels to cleaner energy sources, and then this creates opportunities for lawyers to position themselves. How can I be a lawyer who's knowledgeable about energy and natural resources? There's a lot of increase in mining investments in Nigeria. How can what's mining law? What's the legal framework? How can I advise an investor who's based in South Africa or who's based in Canada looking to mine resources in Nigeria? That's another opportunity for international work. And then you could also act as in-house counsel for multinationals. You could work in law firms, either in Nigeria. If you work with a top-tier law firm in Nigeria, you definitely have the opportunity to do international work. But if you want to be a lawyer who works in an Ogan Lovells, for example, I was speaking to a friend of mine who went for a secondment in a law firm called White and Case. And just after the secondment, they liked her, and then they said, we're going to keep you. So there are opportunities for you as a Nigerian qualified lawyer to position yourself for work, applying for training contracts in international law firms. And there are quite a number of Nigerians in these international law firms. The question is, what steps do I need to take? Do I need to qualify as a solicitor, for example, in the courts of England, to position myself for this work? Another thing that helps you to position yourself for cross-border work is having some specialized knowledge or skill. So for example, there are opportunities for immigration lawyers and cross-border asset tracing and recovery, etc. NGO work as well. You could work with non-governmental organizations or international organizations like the UN. For example, there is a vacancy by the Africa Development Bank for lawyers from certain African countries. And you have those vacancies all the time, AFDB, World Bank, etc. So you can actually position yourself, and it's going to be outside Nigeria. You can actually position yourself for those kind of opportunities. You could also take up academic and research roles in universities abroad. And so what skills do you need to be able to get a training contract in London? What skills do you need to be able to be employed by the IFC, for example? Okay, thank you. First is having cross-jurisdictional legal knowledge. No, you're not, sorry. I think it's a slide before that. So the ability to be, that's not it. Yes, to be able to understand multiple legal systems. So the thing with cross-border work is that not everybody uses common law, for example. There are some jurisdictions that are civil law jurisdictions, and then you have to be able to navigate the different legal systems, and a lot of it has to do with your research skills. As lawyers, we're able to do almost everything. Obviously, not everything, but you're able to do like a preliminary part of most tasks. So you should be able to navigate cross-jurisdictional laws and legal systems. Specialized knowledge is very important. So why would a law firm in England or in Canada want to employ you from Nigeria? Do you know how many lawyers there are in these jurisdictions? Both lawyers, indigenous lawyers, and lawyers from across different countries. What will make a White and Case, a Hogan Lovells, a Slaughter and May, or whatever firm it is that you want, what would they see in you to say that we want to employ this person? It's because you have a specialized skill, either tech or construction law or, knowledge of natural resources. So it's important for you to know what is needed in the times that we are in. What kind of needs do my clients have, and how can I meet those needs? So it's important to have specialized knowledge. Another thing that could be of advantage is your language proficiency. Does anybody here speak another international language? International, not Yoruba and Igbo. Yes. Oh, really? What language? French? Portuguese. Oh, that's interesting. You're the only one in the room. Anybody else? Okay, yes? You speak Spanish, not Duolingo Spanish. Oh. Yes, that definitely helps you. And you will see when you're applying for any of these international jobs, you'll see somewhere there where they say knowledge of a foreign language or proficiency in an international language is an added advantage. So if you're a lawyer who's looking to build a practice outside of Nigeria, that's something that you want to pick up. And there are resources to help you. There's Alliance Française. There's a number of, that's if you're interested in French. There's a number of places that you could learn. Of course, this is very important as well. Learning to network, build your personal brand, do an audit of your LinkedIn page. What do people see? Have you heard people share about how somebody reached out to them in their DM to say, we would like you to work with us? And that's the world of work today. Depending on what your profile reads, you might just be able to open yourself to opportunities, international opportunities. So from time to time, ensure that you're building your personal brand, right? And it starts from being a law student. I see a lot of law students on my LinkedIn. I'm like, what do you know about fintech or financial law? They'll say that they are banking law enthusiasts or that they are tech enthusiasts, So from an early stage, and it's okay if you've not figured out what you want, that's fine, right? But just as you build towards becoming a lawyer, be mindful about your personal brand. Come across as serious. Do you understand? At the very least, yes, you're not a lawyer yet and you don't have the portfolio yet, but let us see that you are indeed enthusiastic. You say that you're interested in tech. What conference have you attended? What do you know? What's the legal framework? What cases have you read? Right? So demonstrate interest, in the areas that you say that you're interested in, and build a personal brand. There's LinkedIn. People are looking at you, whether you realize it or not, and then there are many opportunities that you can get from that. Networking is so important. A lot of the greatest opportunities that I've gotten in my life, including the Hogan Lovells opportunity and the London Court of International Arbitration opportunity, were from networks. I attend events all the time. What are the events happening around you? You say you're an ADR enthusiast. I see that a lot. Are you a member of a young arbitrators group? Are you a member of a young lawyers group? Are you a member of any group at all? There are so many opportunities. People want to mentor. People want to help young lawyers, but you need to position yourself for these opportunities. And it is from those networks that you know what's happening. So, for example, you hear about ILFA. ILFA is a secondment for international law firms, where I think about 6 law firms in the UK, they bring in about 6 or 7 lawyers from Africa every year. You can position yourself for those opportunities, but you probably never hear about them if you don't network, or if you don't have a profile on the internet, for example. And then try to be mindful of your global professional presence. Apply for international opportunities. There are internship opportunities with law firms abroad, in case you don't know, and they are fully sponsored opportunities. And then just see how you can leverage a number of those things. Other skills, of course, include your tech savviness, your proficiency in AI-powered legal research tools, your interpersonal skills, and your ability to adapt to diverse legal environments. So discussing pathways, now I've told you the opportunities that exist. How can I get into these cross-border pathways? One is through secondments and international internships. I think I've mentioned that already. You could apply to foreign offices through existing law firm partnerships. So for example, there's 3 Crowns. There are a number of international law firms that have internship opportunities or secondment opportunities for people in Africa or in whatever jurisdiction. So search for them, just do a Google search. International law firm internship opportunities or international law firm secondment opportunities. Like I said, there's the development banks, there's the UN, etc. Once you get qualified in the call to the Nigerian bar, you may need to obtain an additional license, for example, by being called in the UK or in a bar in the US, etc. Right? Join global law networks, for example, the International Bar Association Network or the Global Law Experts. A lot of these networks have young lawyers forums, so it's important, and even some of them have for students as well. It's important that you try to find some of those. And then, of course, an LLM is a very helpful route to cross over into full-time cross-border legal practice. So what are the challenges that you may experience as a lawyer who's trying to practice beyond Nigeria? One of it is what I had mentioned in the past, the fact that there are different legal systems. In some countries, they use OHADA. In some countries, they use civil law. And you just have to be able to navigate the different legal systems. And then we mentioned licensing and qualification barriers. A problem that a lot of Nigerians who have gone to do their masters in the UK now are having is that they are not qualified, and there's usually a preference for qualified lawyers. And there are even opportunities here. For example, you see on LinkedIn international organizations that are looking to recruit lawyers from Nigeria, and they want lawyers who are qualified in another jurisdiction. So that's something that you may want to be to look out for. You can Google search, how can I get qualified? It's something that you can do even as a Nigerian lawyer. There's also cultural and language barriers. Sometimes you're dealing with a client who's Chinese, and then there's that barrier in language, and you have to get interpreters. You're working across different time zones, and then one way to overcome all of these challenges is by building networks and, in continuing your education, getting specialized certifications. Okay, so now we know some of the options that are available to us. How do you choose? Do I go, what do you do after law school? Do I go private? Do I go into private practice? Do I go and become a senior advocate? Do I go and become a partner in a law firm? Or do I go in-house? Or do I consider public sector work? And I'll just speak briefly about these 3 options. First, for private practice, the typical roles that you'll find, you start as an associate, a trainee associate actually, or an NYC associate, depending on the firm, and then you progress to become senior advocate, and then you become a partner. And what you typically do, I think we saw Ms. Duru speak to that, you are either going to court all the time, drafting processes, doing litigation and arbitration work, or you are advising clients on how they could be on the right side of the law, or you're negotiating contracts, etc. What are the pros? In some cases, it's high earning, in some cases. And then there's the prestige of working in a good law firm, well, depending on where you find yourself. And then I guess the best advantage I find with working in a law firm is the fact that you get to do diverse cases and industries, right? Despite the fact that I'm a lawyer who, specializes in construction, as a commercial disputes lawyer, I find myself working across different sectors. I'm doing labor today, doing something that has a fintech element tomorrow, and doing something that has human rights elements tomorrow. So the advantage of working in a law firm is that you get to do different kinds or different sectoral work. In some cases, you even get to rotate across different departments in a law firm. Cons, high stress environment. You don't sleep much, trust me. Long billable hours, competition, you're trying to meet budgets. It's hard, I won't even lie to you, right? But I guess the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. It's good for you if you think that you have strong analytical skills, you're resilient, and you have an ambition for rapid growth. I'm just gonna run through the rest of my slides. For in-house counsel, typical roles, you advise corporations, you help them manage risk and compliances. Your core responsibilities include reviewing contracts, etc. I think, whether it's a myth or a fact, I don't know, but we think that in-house lawyers live a chill life, at least for those of us those of us on the outside, that's what we think. We think that you have a more balanced work life. Yes, and then I think it also helps you specialize in a particular industry. If you work with a tech company, for example, you would know more about tech. If you work in oil and gas, you would have that specialized knowledge. Less variety than private practice. Well, we hear that there's some politics in-house. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, so it's suitable for you if you want stability and you're interested in a specific industry. And then you have a preference for internal advisory over client-facing work or litigation. I have a self-assessment. So, okay, there's public sector, sorry. Okay, if you're interested in working with the government, you want to work with a ministry, you want to work with a parastatal, or you want to do NGO or international organization work, there are opportunities for you here. You're able to impact on society. Someone who said she wanted to, do policy work, this would be a path for you. Well, we hear that the salaries are not as good looking as, other options. I don't know how true that is. We hear that there's a lot of, politics and SOA promotions as well. But again, it might be a myth. Yes, so that's that. Let me see. There's an assessment that I have here, but I don't think that we can, just to help you in terms of how to choose what you want to do, identify your strengths. Okay, I've run out of time, so I think I will just close by saying that there are so many opportunities for you as a lawyer who's looking to, you just have to search. Google is your friend, honestly. There are times that if you're just bored, just search, what can I do? What internship opportunities are available? And then, there's this thing, somebody had asked a question about being a high-value lawyer and being a noisemaker. That's how it registered in my mind. There are a lot of noisemakers on LinkedIn. You don't want to be a noisemaker. You want to be somebody who has substance. So spend your time now that you're in school building capacity. Exposure helps you know what to do, right? So for example, I'd asked how many of you want to be senior advocates. It might be that all you know that there is to law is either be a senior advocate or be a judge, right? Find out the other opportunities that exist, Are there opportunities for me in the International Court of Justice, for example? Are there opportunities? Are there areas where they're looking for African qualified lawyers? The thing with diversity has created a lot of opportunities for us as Africans. People are trying to meet their, diversity quota or compliance, right? So that creates opportunities for you, first as a Black person, a Nigerian, and African. And secondly, for the women here, there are so many opportunities that you could explore. Have the competence, be prepared, for those opportunities when they come. And I wish you all the best. Get mentors, that's very helpful. I have a lot of mentors who have helped me, they just tell you when they know stuff. For example, I know that there's an internship. I just remember, there's this serious student from OAU that I know. Let me just send, this opportunity to them. Okay, that will be all from me. Thank you very much for having me.
Another round of applause, please. I am sure you got a lot from that session. I believe so. Even I myself have learned a lot. And trust me, this opportunity, don't joke with it. Because there are some of us that didn't have such an opportunity to learn about these diverse pathways. Personally, for me, I'm not even ashamed to say it. It was like after 5 years in practice that I knew that there were other options, apart from going to court, being a litigator. It was like after 5 years. And I think my journey into this world of joining a top-tier law firm was just like 2-3 years ago. So to have this opportunity while you're still in school, it's a rare privilege. Don't joke with it. Don't joke with this knowledge you have learned today. And the earlier you start, the better. So at this point, I'm going to give room for questions. I'm sure there are questions. If you don't have questions, it means you are not listening. You are reporting yourself. So please, let's have questions. That's good.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to be asking this question based off my personal experience. I got an opportunity to work with a foreign client, and one of the clauses I stated was that any breach of contract will be sanctioned by the law of Venezuela. That was his country. So I'm asking that what are the measures you put in place before you work with a foreign client? And then was it right to sanction under his law, or was it supposed to be my own law, or was I supposed to have sent like a counter, something that, okay, if you also breach the contract, you'll be liable under Nigerian law? Thank you.
So my understanding of the question is you want to know what law should be applicable in jurisdictional agreements. So first of all, it's a point for negotiation, but typically it depends on where the service is being carried out or where the contract is being executed. I typically would prefer, so that's one thing, where is the contract going to be executed? If it's in Nigeria, it makes sense to use Nigerian law, right? But if, for example, the other party is more comfortable with the law, of their country, then that's what would apply. It was online. Yes, so the thing with negotiation is also about who's stronger or who has more to lose, right? People prefer to go to jurisdictions that have stable laws, certain laws, and then stable legal systems, right? Some people, for example, a lot of contracts that we find that people always prefer to go for English law, and parties are at liberty to agree on one law, irrespective of, what country they are from. So, yes, you can try to negotiate and insist on Nigerian law, but the question is, on what basis would you want to do that, right? Who has more to lose, between you and the other party? But in terms of stability, people always prefer to use laws of other jurisdictions. And yes, okay.
One thing you could actually do is to find a neutral ground. So instead of insisting on your own law as a Nigerian or his own law, because his is a state in the US. I know they are more state, they have their own operations along state lines more than on a federal level. And you will most likely not have any insight as to how that would operate. So in instances like that, it may be best for you to just say, can we agree on a neutral law like the law of England, so that it's not favoring any one party? That way, they see you trying to strike a balance as opposed to just being, stubborn and insisting on Nigerian law. A lot of, counterparties of international repute will rather, rely on another law than Nigerian law because of the different issues that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another question.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, do all these online job simulations on websites like Forage, can it substitute real, actual internship in all these international law firms?
Well, thank you. It can't substitute, or it can help, right? I guess it's better than nothing. You can't compare a physical internship experience where you're having meetings with team members, where you're going to court and physical meetings with them. It's a different ball game entirely when you go for a physical internship. But if you have the opportunity for a virtual internship, by all means, take it. There are things that you will learn. There are tasks that they would give you that might expose, that will give you the exposure that you need. I think it's a starting point, but it can't substitute. But obviously, not everybody will get all these opportunities in any event, but just try. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. You
afternoon.
talked about the pathway to cross-border practice. And my question in all of this is that does professional bodies like Nigeria Bar Association and others in other jurisdictions, do they have any role in facilitating their members' participation in global or interjurisdictional practice?
Yes, they do have a role, and I think that they do a lot. Well, they do some work in that respect. I know that last year, or this year, the Nigeria Bar Association sponsored somebody to go on an international secondment in London. So yes, they do have a role to promote some of this, and they do a number of things in that regard. They bring people. I know this year they had a conference where they brought people from the Society of Law in England. They do a lot of things in terms of training people and preparing them for. In fact, there was a training yesterday by the International Law Association and the Nigerian Bar Association, on building an international practice and cross-border practice. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is for someone looking to get into international arbitration, what are qualifications or certifications that person is supposed to look out for?
Thank you. It doesn't start with a qualification. It starts right here, right now. Just start reading about it. Start understanding it. When you get qualified and when you become a lawyer, you will then have opportunity. So, for example, the way I got into arbitration was just by working with a law firm that does arbitration. You don't need a certification to start out as an arbitrator. A certification helps you, increases your chances of being appointed as an arbitrator, but you can start with what you have. Start reading about it, read articles, what is international arbitration, and then when the opportunity comes, do internships. Do internship with law firms that do arbitration, whether domestic or international arbitration. There are also arbitration institutions that we have in Nigeria. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce International Arbitration is one of them. They have events all the time where they invite lawyers, including students and young lawyers. There are trainings that happen all the time. Participate in this training so that you know what international arbitration is, and then you then get the opportunity to work, and then you practice, you learn on the job. There are certifications that you could take. There's the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK certification, and there are quite a number of training institutes. There's the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators as well. They have training programs, even for students. Yes, but that helps absolutely, but that's not necessarily the starting point. You can start from where you are. Welcome.
All right. Yes, good afternoon. In conversations about mentorships, they tell you that the benefits must be mutual. That is, you're learning and you're also offering value to your mentor. So my question is, what value can a law student offer to a practicing lawyer? Do you ask about their work and try to help conduct researches? Or I honestly do not know what value that you can offer.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that a lot of senior lawyers here would echo what my thoughts are. I think that the greatest value that you can give to a mentor is utilizing the advice that they give you, and making the best use of it. Letting them see that they're not wasting their time. You're having mentorship sessions, they advise you, okay, you should do this. The next time you meet them, you say that, oh, I've written this article, oh, I've applied for this internship opportunity. So that, for me, I find value in seeing growth and improvement in people that I mentor. I was speaking to somebody on Monday who was just, complaining. He's a newly qualified lawyer, and he was just complaining about how hard legal practice is, And I shared a few tips with him. And then when he got home, he then sent me a summary of the things that I sent him, And I thought, this is a serious person. So I think that in terms of value, first of all, just don't waste people's time. Don't do mentorship because you're trying to, tick a box. Thank you very much. Actually apply these things that people spend their, good time, billable hours advising you to do, right? And of course, from time to time, if they have events, for example, attend their events, publicize their events. There are things that you can always do. But in terms of value, I don't think that they necessarily need you, except they do need it, right? If they have events, you can help them organize, etc. But yeah, that's the biggest value I find in mentorship.
Okay, and our last question.
My question is on arbitration, following what he said. You mentioned going to a law firm that does arbitration, that's how you can start. But what if that law firm doesn't necessarily want to involve you in the arbitration? How can you go about it? Another question is, arbitration is different from litigation. Litigation has its own court rules and court processes. What are the necessary skills that a lawyer should have for arbitration, since it doesn't follow the usual judicial precedent and all that?
Thank you. So your first question, I'm not sure why a law firm that's doing arbitration would. Okay, do you mean as an intern? Okay, well, obviously, because of confidentiality requirements, sometimes there's a limit to how much, because arbitration is quite confidential, and it's not every time that people can let you in. But there are some arbitrations that you could work on, or there are some things that you could do, whether it's research, maybe somebody wants you to help them conduct a research, right? But there are things that you could do that are not so confidential. And if one firm did not allow you, I'm sure that you could apply to another firm. Law firms are trying to build capacity of young lawyers. So I think that you would find firms that would allow you get exposed to international arbitration. Your second question as to skills for arbitration, as against litigation. I think that arbitration is a chill version of litigation. The skills are quite similar, right? Drafting skills. You're drafting, in court you draft your statement of claim. In arbitration, you still need the same drafting skills. You need your trial advocacy skills, right? It's just that you're not doing objection, my lord. You're not doing, it's chill. So that's just it. So it's the same skills. You just have to refine it, and a lot of that will come from just even attending sessions. When, for example, you're in a session with an arbitrator from Paris or something, you just see how cool they are. You just know that, no, this one, I don't need to shout, or I don't need to, it's not as adversarial in practice as litigation is, but it's the same set of skills. Understanding of substantive law, understanding of procedure, get familiar with the rules of whatever institution that you're using, know how to draft the different kinds of pleading styles that you have in arbitration, know how to draft your arguments, know how to, your trial and advocacy skills, and it's pretty much the same thing. Then you could also watch on YouTube, there are moots and mock arbitration trials that you could watch as well. You could participate in some of these mock opportunities. It also helps you. There's one I'm currently enrolled in called the Delos Remote Oral Advocacy Program that really just helps you simulate the advocacy in arbitration. Yeah, so that's it. Okay.
Okay, so sorry, one final question from someone online. How can one develop capacity in different areas of law, given the current specialist structure in most Nigerian law firms?
So my understanding of that is being a generalist versus being a specialist, right? Or, starting out with a generalist law firm. So I started out in a generalist law firm. Like I said, I started out in Ilorin, some law firm in Ilorin. And then after Ilorin, I came to Lagos. I worked with a senior advocate for 4 years. It was quite generalist, but he had a bias for banking and finance law, right? But I was able to, as a young lawyer, just try to get all the skills. I always tell people that your current job is a platform to prepare you for your next job, right? You want to be an international arbitration lawyer. The law firm that you're working in doesn't currently do international arbitration, right? But are there skills that you can get on this job that can help you get into a top tier law firm, right? So for example, we know that it's difficult to, if you don't have your double first classes or 2-1s in some cases, it might be difficult to get into a top tier law firm. But the trick is that a few years down the line, it becomes easier. Because at that point, people are looking for who can do the job, not necessarily, who has the grades. So in your early years, try to get the experience, irrespective of where you find yourself. Legal procedure is the same thing in Ilorin as it is in Lagos. get your substance right so that you can then position yourself and prepare yourself for your dream job. And you can then get into law firms where you can specialize, in our firm and in many other firms, top-tier firms like BNI. You have specialized practices, technology and entertainment, banking and finance, intellectual property, right? So smaller law firms don't have that luxury of specializing. They do any and everything. Get the skills that you need so that you can prepare yourself to get into your dream firm or your dream organization.
Thank you. A round of applause for our speaker.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so very quickly, we are going to our next session. And this session is very, very interesting. Now, the next session is titled The Future of Legal Practice, Working Smarter with AI-Powered Tools. And we can all attest to the fact that the future of law is being reshaped by technology. Technology is transforming the legal profession. So in the course of this session, we're going to learn how accepting this reality is helping lawyers to become better versions of themselves, become more efficient, more productive. And so we have a speaker here, a very distinguished speaker. He's a partner at BOC Legal, a leading technology lawyer, a partner of the Johnson & Wilner Alliance, a council member of the NBA session on business law. He also serves on the National Technical Committee on Digitally Delivered Services and Trade of the Standards Organization of Nigeria. He plays at the intersection of law, technology, and policy, actively contributing to global innovation circles, such as the Global Blockchain Business Council and the IBA Technology and Communications Committee. He advises stakeholders on how to integrate emerging technologies and navigate evolving regulatory landscapes to drive transformation across key sectors, including legal services, justice, manufacturing, energy, and aviation. His work enhances investment opportunities, strengthens consumer protection, and shapes the future of technology governance in Nigeria and beyond. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our next speaker, Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I must thank the team at Oando Legal for this opportunity, and to every one of you for being here, my dear students. I'm not going to try to do the university thing yet, but maybe down the line you get to know. What I want to do first is to appreciate all of the preceding speakers, my sister Stella, Aderele. You guys, ladies, have been phenomenal, and I would build on some of the things you have said. And of course, the MD of Oando had prompted the things I want to talk about. Yes, I have my slides, but over time I've learned to ignore my slides. But today I will not, because I also want to be as practical as possible in this presentation. The overall theme for today is the 21st century lawyer, keys to building a successful legal career. But I am going to be speaking more about the future of legal practice, working smarter with AI-powered tools. I must say that all of the objectives of this session is as curated by, let me just say, the legal department, right? So while I am a technology lawyer, I'm actually not going to speak to us this afternoon as a technology lawyer, because I'm going to be speaking about legal technology. One of the first things, I know I've confused you, but I would explain. One of the first things I want all of you, all young folks, to understand is there's this fine line between tech law and legal tech. So I'm a tech lawyer, but I want to talk about legal tech. All right? Are we together? Okay. And the particular technology that I would be laser focused on is artificial intelligence. I'm going to explain what artificial intelligence is in ABC terms, what generative AI is in ABC terms, what large language models are, and then I will unpack how these tools are already reshaping legal practice, and then how these tools can be used responsibly, ethically, and with the right guardrails. And finally, I will be speaking to how you as law students, or perhaps younger lawyers in the room, can build AI fluency or AI literacy. So my slides can begin to move, but at this point, let me break down these concepts: AI, Gen AI, LLM, reasoning models, copilots, agents. So remember as I talk that I'm a lawyer, all right? If I go technical, I would explain that down the line. In the year 1950 or thereabouts, 1950, you heard me right, was when the concept of artificial intelligence first came on board. But at that time, it was like a pariah. It was an area of research in computer science that most people did not want to touch because it didn't seem to have a future. But some researchers continued down that line. And then sometime in the year 2017, there was a breakthrough. The breakthrough was championed by research work that happened in Google. We all know Google, right? And at the base of that research work was a technology called transformers, not the cartoon, right? Transformers, right? And just trying to explain further that, because later I would reference ChatGPT, even though I won't stay there, right? That the T in ChatGPT is transformers, all right? But I'll come back to all of that. Now, that technology did something. It changed the dynamics of computing. Computing before 2017, when transformers came to light, was rule-based. That means you program the systems to do specific things. At the heart of transformers, or what we now call artificial intelligence, is that computers can now go beyond rules and carry out functions that before now has been kind of limited to human cognition or human intelligence. I would explain. When you say someone is intelligent, what do you mean? Or someone, when you refer to human intelligence, what do you mean typically? Because I want to rush. It means you can learn, you can think, you can do what else? You can reason, right? You can observe patterns and then predict what's going to happen next. That's what it means when you say someone is intelligent, right? And so that's what artificial intelligence is. This computing paradigm where the computer simulates human cognition and can now begin to learn by pattern recognition, predict what's going to happen next, and think. However, in the year 2022-ish, thereabout, there was now a subset of this artificial intelligence that came to light called generative AI. The difference, now, so since 1950, the year 2000, and all the way down the line, a paradigm of artificial intelligence had been with us. And so your Google Maps was driven by machine learning, right? Machine learning is pattern recognition. Okay, let me break it down further for the least familiar. Now, I realize that I'm speaking to Gen Zs. Is there any Gen Alpha here? No. I'm speaking to Gen Zs, but I know at the back we have Gen Xers, we have millennials, and the likes. So when I say I want to break it down, I'm not breaking it down for you, the students. I'm breaking it down for the people at the back. All right. Now, when we say computers can think, computers can go beyond that. They can see, right? So artificial intelligence it's at least 3 technologies. One of it is machine learning. It can recognize patterns. One of it is computer vision. It can see, right? One of it is it can now, so as of today, it can now act. It can plan, right? That's agents. I'm saying many things. I'm going to break it all down. Remember, I'm a lawyer. Good. Because we are going to bring it back there with contracts and everything. But I need us to understand these fundamentals and these basics. All right, so 2022, we had this thing called generative AI, right? So that is beyond the AI I mentioned. This is computers or artificial intelligence that can create new things like language, like text, right? Like images, like video, okay? But not just that, like contract clauses, right? What else do you do in law? Talk to me, anybody. Just like drafting, right? So generative AI, remember I started by saying it can create new content. And how does it create new content? It creates new content by learning patterns from what it has seen and ingested, right? So it can predict what something else could look like just based on what it had learned, right? So that's generative AI. All of this is based on large language models. So the reason why a generative AI can create new content like a new contract clause is because large language models now. This model has been trained on perhaps all available contract clauses ever, right? So it stands to reason that that model can predict what a new contract clause could look like, right? Now, so, but it's not just that the large language models is trained on contract clauses. It's trained on all of human corpus. That means everything ever written by humans, everywhere, right, is what the large language has been trained on. And then the ones that are specific to law are now fine-tuned, I'm using a technical language, further trained to speak legalese. Now, imagine we can go further. It can be further trained to speak the legalese that is only spoken here in Oando, right? That means it can be further trained to read through every single and last legal document that has been written by this department, right? And then it can redraft and write something that you will think that it was the chief legal officer that wrote it, even though she didn't write it. Why? The computer has learned every last thing you have written and can now write on your behalf, perhaps better than you. Now, I need to lay all of this foundation. As at the year 2024, there was now the reasoning models. Now, let me use models that you know. But everything I'm going to say now, I'm going to balance it down the line. So a model you know is ChatGPT, or a model you know is Gemini, right? By the year 2024, you would notice that there had been a movement from GPT 3 to 3.5, right? And then moved to GPT 4, right? What happened, for those who are not discerning, is that the models moved from just generating, spitting out text, to now models that can reason. What does it mean to reason? Behind the scene, when you ask a question, the model generates about 10 different answers. You are not seeing it. The model stops and looks at the whole 10 and says, of these 10, which one is best? And presents that one to you. That's the one you see on your screen, right? So that's a reasoning model. Now, that reasoning model has become GPT-5 now, right? And what does that trigger? That triggers agentic AI. What that means is, remember I said generative AI, it can create new things. And it can do it in multimodal ways. That means it can see. If you when I say it can see, if you use your phone camera and you take a picture, you can ask the model a question based on that picture, right? You can even have your live camera and you could ask a question, right? That's what I mean by can see. Back to GPT-5. Now, it cannot just reason, it can act on your behalf. The model can plan now. It can take multi-step actions. Let's make a very easy one. I want to go on vacation, right? I don't know anywhere in that place. Help me, right? And you ask the model, do all of this for me. You know, the model will say, okay, give me 10 minutes. The model goes off and the model comes back and gives you everything you want. I know that all the students here know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure about the back, right? Now let's move. I needed to lay that foundation, then I come back to law. Law has come a long way, as we have heard earlier on in the room, from typewriters to paper law reports to online research databases. Those are your LexisNexis, your Westlaw. I deliberately didn't put the Nigerian brand names, but you know them. Law Pavilion, Legalpedia, right? Now, all of these tools has been with us for a number of years, right? Now, all of those tools pretty much are what I would call, they were all rule-based tools. So if you wanted to search for a case in Law Pavilion, you do a keyword search, right? And then it churns out indemnity, for instance. It churns out all the cases in its databases, right? And then you do whatever you want to do with it. E-discovery, we've been using all of those automation tools forever. And maybe even the bigger law firms have some more precise tools that they've been using forever. But what changed with Gen AI? What changed with reasoning models? What changed? So I'm moving again to speak to that part of the presentation that borders on how does AI, or how is AI currently impacting practice, right? And this is at the heart of my talk, which is working smarter as opposed to working harder. Under the working harder, these are all the things my sister Stella spoke about. You are going to read hundreds of pages line by line, whether you like it or you like it. You are going to do grunt work, right? And that's hard work. And you are going to stay in that office if there's a deal for 5 days. You won't go home. Where are you going to, right? However, this is 2025, guys. The world has changed. Working smarter with AI. I mentioned 2 technologies that drive AI. I didn't mention the third one. The third one is the first one there. It's actually natural language processing. All right. I mentioned computer vision, right? And I mentioned machine learning. These are all technologies that make up this thing we call AI. That one called natural language processing is now what powers all the tools that we have been using forever, like Law Pavilion. You remember I said before now, it used to be keyword search. Now it is natural language. Let me explain. I didn't put the clause in there, but let me read out a clause and tell me whether I'm cheating or not. So later on, I'm going to tell you the kind of models to use, all right, and how to work with the models responsibly. And then much, much later, I'm going to speak to you as students who may not have access to high-end models, but I mean, even if your professors say don't use these tools, I know you will use them. So imagine you are asked to draft a non-disclosure agreement. So that's one of the easiest agreements you'll come across. And I deliberately chose it because it's perhaps one of the agreements that we in the tech space, it's one of the first agreements we tend to draft, right? But it's applicable practically everywhere. non-disclosure agreement. So that's what you want to draft. And the scenario is for a potential technology collaboration. Now you can instruct a model like this. Just listen to me. Draft a mutual non-disclosure agreement between a Nigerian energy company and a European technology provider with Nigerian law as governing law, a 3-year confidentiality period, standard exclusions, and carve-outs for regulatory disclosures. That's a prompt. All right? What do you think the model will churn out? Anybody? I mean, when I ask this question, I'm asking it from the standpoint of more like, do you think a model will churn out a usable document that CLO can take to MD? All right, I'm liking your responses. You see, the short answer is yes. I promise you, the model will churn out a decent draft. Remember when Stella was talking about first-year associate or trainee associate, one of the first things you do is you do drafts, right? And the partners or the seniors rely on those drafts. This is the bad news. The seniors like me, who know the right tools to use, don't need a first-year associate to do a first draft. Let that sink in. That's the bad news. I'm going to tell you the good news. All right? You see, the good news is that the senior like me is 1 out of 5,000. So that means the junior who knows the right tools and knowing how to deploy the tools in a privacy-preserving, you have a duty of confidentiality. I'm going to speak to that later, right? Who knows how to deploy the right tools will churn out. When Stella was floating her guy, I wanted to ask him that, which tool do you use? You are going to mesmerize your bosses. But I go ahead of myself. So it's going to turn out a sensible first draft. And even in a more complex scenario, like, say, a joint venture, an M&A deal, right? Someone wants me to read out the prompt. But really and truly, what are the things you will be considering if you wanted to do a first draft of a joint venture? You'll be looking at things like equity splits, reserved matters, board composition, dispute resolution, governing law, regulatory compliance, local content, requirements if it was an energy situation. Truth is, the AI can generate a complete draft following whatever pattern that you give, right? So, having said that, the real value that you then bring as a lawyer is not accepting any such draft blindly, but doing what? Examining that draft with a critical eye, right? And bringing commercial sensibilities to that draft. So one of the first things that has changed is that regardless of where you are, the 21st century lawyer is now moving from being the teller in the bank that counts money. Remember, okay, you people were too young, but when we were growing up, tellers actually used to be counting money like this, right? And there's dignity in labor, right? They leave their homes 5 a.m. in the morning to go to bank and be counting money like this. Now, can a machine do that better than a human? True or false? No, maybe I didn't ask properly. Can a machine count money better than a human? So why should a human be counting money? So the human could have decided, no, leave me, my calling in life is to be counting money. But the day the human decides that, you know what, I'm going to leave that function to the machine, it releases that human to greater potential, true or false. That human can now begin to do higher value work, like financial advice, right? Rather than, that's what I came here to talk to you about. That you can leave the grunt work for the machine to do while you bring higher value, right, to the legal work. And it matters nothing whether you are first year or 10 years or 20 years. I have gone ahead of myself. Document review is the same thing. In a due diligence exercise, one of the things that I will tell you is that these documents can be like, there are mountains of documents, depending on the deal. And you can sit in a room for months, or well, it could be a digital room too, data rooms, and you are reviewing and you are reviewing and you are reviewing and you get tired. Truth is, you can even miss some things, right? How many of you know that the AI does not get tired? The AI does not sleep. Now, you can say, for instance, in a due diligence exercise, you can ask the model to go through a set of contracts, extract key information. For example, you may be specifically looking for certain things: termination rights, change of control clauses, assignment restriction, caps on liability. And then it can flag any of those clauses that deviate from standard clauses, right? And flag them for you. So what you have done is, rather than spend 3 months reading mountains, the AI scans the mountains and sifts out the things that you need to exercise your own judgment on. Are we together? Right? And so you don't have to, okay, let me stop saying that you don't have to for now. I've spoken about 2 things. I've spoken about drafting contracts. I've spoken about document review. Let me talk about compliance, risk management, regulatory monitoring. In environments such as Oando, for instance, many of the things that in-house counsel will do is you're observing the regulatory space, and these regulations change. Circulars come from your regulators. Laws change. Things are happening in real time, and you need to be abreast of all of this. I'm not talking about the future, right? There are tools today that can scan the entire corpus, the regulatory space, and you have a dashboard that tells you, oh, this has changed. Oh, this government has issued this circular. Oh, this thing has happened in this space. And you are reading everything in real time. And then you are looking at it. So what you are not doing is spending 12 hours, 24 hours scanning government websites, checking. You are receiving all of that on the dashboard. And then it frees you up to do the most important things, which is, so all of these regulatory changes, what does it mean for the industry that I'm working in? And what memo do I send to the MD to say, this is the implication of this change to us, right? Now, you will do that same thing, but it could take you 2 weeks, or it could take you 2 hours. The choice is really yours. I mean, I know that some people like work, right? But we came here to talk about working smarter, not harder. The same thing goes for litigation support. Litigation work. For anyone, or arbitration, for anyone who's been involved in that space, you know it is mountains and mountains and mountains. I'll tell you one. We were briefed very late, and it was extremely sensitive. It was a technology contract. It was multi-jurisdiction, and we were acting for the government of Nigeria. And we had to respond in 24 hours. They came to the right person. I was just smiling. I said, send everything, send everything. Send everything. You see, I got the opinion ready in exactly 3 hours. It's unbelievable. You can't do it, right? And then I even waited. I went to sleep. Like, if I send this thing now, they will say, are you sure this person really did this work? I went to sleep. I woke up, right? I now sent the opinion. That's the answer for the person who was asking about work-life balance, right? I took my daughters to school and came back before I sent, right? That's how you get work-life balance, knowing the tools to use, knowing how to use the tools. And later on, I'm going to talk about, you're not hiding to use the tools, so. All right, because I think that that's one of the things that the current culture seems to push. Like, don't let them know. No. Do you hide to use your calculator? If I ask you 5 times, 10 times, 12 times, 13 times, 15, give me the answer now. You are smart now. Give me the answer. You will use your calculator. The important thing is, how do you know what tools to use? All right, let me. I know that I don't have the time to say everything I want to say, but productivity is what AI is good at. Judgment is what the human is good at, right? And I'm going to break down that word judgment. We hear it a lot. Everything I've said so far is on the left. The AI does this better than any of us in this room. In fact, all of us combined. It can read, it can classify, it can summarize high volume of text. It can generate first drafts, clauses, checklists, spot patterns, anomalies, perform repetitive tasks. But what can it not do? Deep legal judgment and strategic choice. That means the fact that something can be done, does it mean it should be done? You see, that is a judgment call. That is a call that requires you to bring your lived experiences to bear. The fact that the gentleman, your client, is before you and is saying, sue my estranged wife and make life horrible for her and all, and you are looking and saying, how about the children? That's a judgment call. The AI is going to be telling you, these are the laws, these are the steps to take. Are we together? Now, that judgment call is the difference between intelligence and wisdom. How many of you know very intelligent people? Yeah, here. But do you know that intelligence is not the same thing as being wise? The intelligent person can come into this room. I want everyone to see me and know me and churn out facts. And that's what the AI does and can do it well. But the wise person knows, yes, I know this thing, but I don't have to say it. That's wisdom. So that is the humanity you bring to a world that is so intelligent. You heard the MD say that the cost of intelligence it's a race to the bottom. It has dropped. It is the wise ones that will stand out. Ethical reasoning. AI has no guardrails, has no boundaries, knows nothing about what is right or not right. That's where the human comes in. Persuasion in court. You've heard about everything lawyers do earlier on, negotiation. The AI cannot read the room. The AI cannot look at the judge and understand that this judge is not following me, right? The AI does not know that, I have lost my audience, right? That is bringing humanity to a world that is intelligence-driven. Understanding context. I can look in the client's eye and see fear. Even though the person is telling me about facts and data and all, I can see that human emotion. And I know to do the right thing, right? So what I've said in the long and short is that the world we live in today with these tools is not the human versus the AI. It is the AI plus the human, or vice versa. The human alone, I'm afraid, cannot compete against the one human plus AI tag team. That's the honest truth. Anyone who thinks otherwise is actually, I'm sorry, being delusional. Anyways, I want to do a little bit of practical further, all right? So let me give you I don't know whether I have, next slide. I don't know whether I put the entire clause in here. But remember when I mentioned the joint venture, right? Okay, I don't think I put the whole clause here, but I put a version of the clause in there. The longer part, I would read it. It says, prepare a first draft of a joint venture shareholder agreement between X and Y for an upstream gas project in Nigeria with a 60-40 equity split, board of 5 directors, list of reserved matters, including approval of budget, major capital expenditure, related party transactions, Nigerian law as governing law, international arbitration seated in London, provisions that comply with local content legislation and environmental regulations and standard confidentiality and non-competition provision. Someone will be asking me, how did I come up with that clause? It's everything you heard Stella and Aderele say. You know that I could have gone to an AI tool and say, draft me a joint venture agreement. Yeah? And left it like that. But is that different from what I read out? How did I know to give all of those parameters? It's because I am grounded. I know exactly what I want, right? I could say, draft me a data protection clause. Or I could say, draft me a data protection clause that is compliant with the Nigeria Data Protection Act, with the GDPR, right? And I could put nuances there. That is the difference between the rookie and the 21st century lawyer that will stand out. The way I know to draft my prompts is what we call the T-shaped lawyer. The lawyer who is grounded in knowledge and then who understands the technology. So when I draft this still, the AI produces the draft, right? Should I send it out? No. I read it line by line, clause by clause, right? I adjust whatever needs to be adjusted. I tighten it, right? How many of you have heard of AI slop? Thank you. AI slop is the thing we read everywhere. You see it on LinkedIn. People don't even comment with their own words anymore, right? Everything is now AI generated. And it's annoying. Or is it only me? I'm sure you know now when you see something written by AI, true or false. Tell me the words you see there. Unwavering. Tell me more. Delve. People stop using delve after a while. Tell me more. It's not exactly, so that's a semantic. It will say, it's not just about this, it's about this. Once you hear that, you know, right? Or what else? Structure. The M dashes. That one is annoying, right? What else? Sorry? Correct, right. So, and I'm happy you are giving me this feedback, right? That's what happens when people mindlessly over-rely on that AI churned out. Now, I'm going to say, there's many things more to say, but let me start to round it up so I can take questions. I'm now going to use the AIs you are familiar with, even though one of the things I would emphasize as I land is when it's legal work, you have to be extremely careful. But it's only for illustration purposes that I would use this example. You've heard people who say, oh, the AI, I asked the AI, and it gave me a wrong answer. You've heard that, right? How many of you use Meta AI? Meta AI, the one on WhatsApp. Yeah. All right, you're already shaking your head. That Meta AI is kindergarten AI. It's AI that is still in nursery school. All right? So if your experience of the power of AI capability is Meta AI, you are wrong. Remember I started to mention all the GPTs, right? GPT-5 is where we are. We're actually at 5.1. I hear 5.2 is upon us, right? These things are not just words. These things means that their context window is heavy. It means that they can process data and understand the context in lightning speed, right? So anything GPT-5 can actually do legal work. Quote me anyway. But I will speak to whether you should use it or not. Remember, I keep putting my cautionary words. But GPT-5, now, Gemini, you know Gemini. You heard that Gemini moved from 2.5 to what? To 3. That 3, all of 2 weeks ago, was the greatest thing that happened in the AI landscape. Until what happened? Claude. Do you know Claude? Anthropic's Claude. Released what? 4.5. Right? Now, I'm not just calling words. What I'm saying is that the higher those numbers go, remember I said Meta AI is kindergarten AI. GPT-5 is PhD level AI. How many of us have PhDs here? That means I'm serious. It means that model is smarter than you. Are we together? Now, when Gemini 3 came out, OpenAI, the folks behind ChatGPT, what did they declare? Code red. You guys need to be aware. Code red means we are in trouble because Gemini is taking. Let me break it down. Gemini, Claude, GPT-5 can churn out an app in 5 minutes. Yes, a working app. Let me bring it home. Remember I talked to you about dashboards, right? I want you, this is your assignment, all of you. When you go home, use the same ChatGPT you have been using. Call up any regulatory issue you want to solve, right? And ask that ChatGPT to write the code to develop an app for you. For instance, give me an app that can scan Nigeria's regulatory interface and give me the latest updates in the energy space every Monday morning. Remember, I'm just using natural language, right? I promise you, Claude, GPT-5, Gemini will churn out that app for you, give you an interface. If you want, you can sell it. That's where we are today. And I'm specifically using examples that speak to us in the legal space. Now, guess what? Our clients know all these things, right? That means before our clients come to us, they have consulted the apps. So ask yourself, why would your client come to you? It's food for thought, right? The answer still is in the work smarter, okay? Give me the next slide and then I'll land this. Or maybe not the next slide. All of these are examples. I believe you get the slides. Yes. Okay, back one. Thank you. These are the reasons why we have to be careful. We have a duty of confidentiality as lawyers, right? Data security is a serious issue. Cybersecurity, we could call it that. So, You cannot put client data, sensitive data, in an open platform like GPT. Even though I've said everything I have said, and you know that I can do all of this work, you just cannot. Because you have rules guiding your work. So what do? At the very basic, if it's an organization, you must subscribe to an enterprise version of the tools. What the enterprise version does is it gives you controls, e.g., privacy controls, where you can toggle off any way, means, shape, or form where the large language model can ingest your data or compromise your data. If you are a solo lawyer, at the very least, you use the paid version of ChatGPT. And Gemini and all the rest have their paid version. Pay $20 a month, and you can toggle off, you can toggle privacy mode, right? And then, but even at that, you still have to be careful. So maybe the best way, right, is, how many of you heard of DeepSeek? All right. What was special about DeepSeek? Open source, right? And they put they had their weights out there open. Not only that, it was in a zip file format, right? I'm talking too much technicalese. What it means is that you can use those open weights and build your own ChatGPT inside your office. All right? And that way you never have to worry about what cloud your data is sitting or who is having access to my documents. Right? Now, I'm sure the first thing that comes to mind is, but DeepSeek is from China now and state control and all that. That's not what I mean. I don't mean you use DeepSeek. I mean you use the infrastructure behind DeepSeek and you build your own ChatGPT. Then you train the ChatGPT, I'm just using it as a generic word, on all of the work you have ever done in your firm. You're unbeatable. Hallucination and fabricated cases. We all heard that one, right? And that's the first thing people will say. Is it not that thing that I used to lie? Even the best models hallucinate by design. It's by design. You see, the creativity that you see in a ChatGPT is because the statistical computations is such that it needs to be able to compute, add many things together, and that's where its innovation comes from. I don't know what will happen in a year from today. If that is dealt with, and the hallucination is completely dealt with, maybe the AI will no longer be creative. But the rate of hallucination drops. It used to be about 70%. Now it's about 15%. And it's going to keep dropping. But what's the good thing? The good thing is, as a senior lawyer, if I ever ask the junior, or maybe I'm standing before the court or the arbitrator, right? And I say, and the court says, Mr. Ogunyemi, this case that you cited, where did you get it from? I'm not sure that this exists. And then I say, I'm sorry, sir. It was my junior that got the case. What do you think the judge will say to me? Say, I'm completely responsible. It's the same way you treat an AI. Even though I just said it's at master's level or PhD level, you treat it as, I need to verify every last output. Every what? Last output. And you don't sign off on anything unless you have applied your judgment and your oversight. Bias and fairness in training. That's one is going to remain with us forever. Bias is was going to use the most obvious example. If you typed into Google, that's the example we use everywhere. The most beautiful woman in the world or women in the world. What do you think Google is going to give you? 5 minutes, yeah. What do you think Google will give you? It will give you white women, right? Why? That's what it's been trained to see over the years, right? So bias is something that we have to be mindful of. The duty of competence in some bars, like in the American bar, duty of competence now extends to your ability to use technology tools like AI tools. And so you cannot, hold yourself as a competent lawyer if you don't have knowledge of these tools. Please move to, I think it's my penultimate slide. Next slide, that's going to be my next one. Okay, so I just wanted to say here that the Nigerian NDPA, specifically Section 37, says something about not mindlessly automating tax, right? Maybe later on I would unpack it, but essentially, you have to be mindful as lawyers of Section 37 of the Nigeria Data Protection Act. Maybe you should write it down. Next slide. All right, so this is where I want to end it. This is a simple framework for responsible AI adoption. Policy is the first one. Everywhere, organization, regardless, you must have guidelines, governance, what tools are permitted, and based on everything I have said, right? So that people are not sneaking off to use whatever tools. You actually have guardrails and you spell out what is permissible and what is not. Then you train the people. That's what is happening here today. The process is key. Human in the loop review. That's everything I had spoken about and emphasized. Then the platform itself. I had also mentioned it. Enterprise grade. If you're in a firm environment. Now, as students, let me quickly say this because this is not on my slide. I know that all of you use ChatGPT, but maybe let me just ask the question. How many of you know that under ChatGPT you have something called study and learn? Let me see your hands. All right, so in that your ChatGPT window, there's a toggle, that plus button, right? You can check it now. If you go down, it says study and learn. I want you to promise me that that's what you'll be using going forward. So what that does is, it does not give you the answers mindlessly, right? It actually guides you to the answer. And that way you are building the capacity Stella and Adirele spoke about. Now, this is it. AI is going to make you more of what you already are. If you are a researcher, it's going to help you research more. If you are the person that looks for shortcuts, it's going to help you find shortcuts. All right? So please, let's ensure that we are being extremely, extremely careful in terms of our deployment. For you, the young lawyer, my words to you are simple. Avoid overdependency on AI. AI is not your brain. Yes. My next slide. And preparing for the future. I've said that first one, combine deep law with broad tech awareness, learn basic data literacy, join tech communities. Before I say the last one, build your fluency in AI. Already, McKinsey has told us that first-year graduates are starting to look for work and are not finding work. But the same employers, when they put out their job descriptions, one thing that is never missing there is AI fluency. So what that means is if every first year or graduate level jobs disappear, so long as you are fluent in AI, right, you will always have a job. Where do you start from? Andrew Ng, one of the best minds, has this course on Coursera. Write it down. AI for everyone. Andrew Ng. Ng is NG. Then he has a follow-up course, Generative AI for Everyone. It's on Coursera and it's absolutely free. I think that's where you want to start from, right? Then for those of you who are probably more tech-leaning than lawyer-leaning, new jobs will begin to open up. Legal technologies for one. AI Governance Council. With all the developments in AI today, the one thing that continues to give people sleepless nights is the governance of AI. And if you are the lawyer who understands the technology, that's a major space for you to play in. People are scared. And they are making allusions to nuclear weapon. Like, this thing is going to clean us out, right? But remember, with the mutually assured destruction pact, at least the world got a safe landing when nuclear bombs were concerned. The world needs the lawyers today that understand the tech, that understand the law, to ensure that we do not self-destruct with these tools. Remember, I didn't go into the cybersecurity part of it, but I need to end now. See AI as a partner, see it as an augmentation and an extension to you. Do not think it will be a substitute for you, and lawyers will not be obsolete. Let me scratch that. I mean lawyers who know how to use the tech. The ones that don't know are on a long... Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. That was so beautiful. So beautifully done. So, very quickly, we're going to go into the question session. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Afternoon. So, in recent times, there has been this demonization of AI, of the use of AI. We've seen people's artwork being discarded because they are presumed to be AI generated. So, in fact, someone said recently in a tweet that one way to evade the your work from being discarded is to weaponize, weaponize incompetence. That is, insert some errors in your work so that they can think is human artwork. So, what are the measures in place to curtail or reduce the demonization of AI, so people can use AI safely and their works will not be thrown out? And those that do not even use AI at all, their works will not be attributed to AI.
Thank you very much. Fantastic question. And I will use an example to answer the question. So you needed to write an article, and maybe it's your term paper or something, right? You could go into your typical AI window and say, write this article for me, yeah? But that's intellectually dishonest. We all agree. Or you can use a reasoning tool. I didn't mention it, but you know there's something called deep research, right? What does deep research do differently? Deep research gives you the citation to practically every statement being made, right? Now, when you have a first draft, say you use deep research, your job is to ensure that you read every last source that is being cited, right? I promise you, when you do that, you are going to rewrite the statement that the AI wrote for you. Remember I said AI makes you more of what you already are. When you read every citation, the AI cites a source. You click on that source, you go read it. you are going to come back and rewrite the statement the AI wrote. And then at the end of the day, that document is your own. And you can own it and beat your chest. I wrote this document. At the very least, you can write at the base, AI assisted, right? Because the first draft was John. What I'm saying is, so long as you put in the work, the real work, and you own the output, you can stand tall anywhere and say, at the worst, it was between me and an AI that did this work. In 2030, we are not going to be having this conversation. I'm serious, all right? So yes, there's going to be a need for a cultural shift where the world will have to come to terms with what is upon us. But what we must not do, and that's where we were jokingly talking about just regurgitating. That's what people are really mad about, right? When we just regurgitate what the AI has written and pass it off as if it is ours, right? I think that that's what is perpetuating this negative stereotype. But if we do the work, my first draft for these slides was AI assisted, right? But do you think anybody could have done my slides without having the breadth of knowledge that I have? No. And I'm not ashamed to say this was AI assisted. I could have gone further. How many of you know nano bananas? You don't. You know. Thank you. You would have been seeing graphics and slides if I had time, right? And all I would have done was to feed my research paper. That's the Gemini image model. It would have been giving you slides. You see all those things you saw on Stella's slides and Derile's slides. Think me too, I don't know how to do pictures. You would have been seeing slides and all of that, right? And I'd have told you that this was assisted by nano bananas. I don't need to hide, right? I don't know if that answers your question.
All right, so second question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I have two questions. So the first question here is, as an aspiring young lawyer interested in offering legal services online rather than working with physical clients, basically working on platforms like Upwork, Fiverr, and the likes. So what are the extra requirements or steps do I need beyond being called to Nigerian bar to legally and professionally work as a freelance tech-enabled lawyer? So that's the first question. So the second question is, you mentioned the fact that, of course, we know that anything that deals with AI is garbage in, garbage out. So if I want to leverage on AI for legal services, is there any structure to me giving AI a good prompt when it comes to how do I couch a good prompt for, to AI to get something quality from it? So I don't know if you understand my question.
I got you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Fantastic question. I'll do them very quickly. You see, for the Fiverr and Upwork, for those who don't know, these are platforms where you kind of list yourself, or you are listed as an independent contractor of sorts, and jobs can come in from anywhere. And so I'm not sure it's exactly relevant for lawyers, because a lawyer should not go list himself on Fiverr. I mean, at the end of the day, the most important thing you sell as a lawyer is trust, right? That's at the core of it. And trust is around relationships, right? So I'm trying to answer your question, giving you a better approach, right? Yes, you can go on social media. Yes, you can go on all of these platforms. But everything Stella and Derele said about networking, about human interaction, is never going to go away when it comes to the work we do as lawyers. So yes, you can have clients virtually, engage with them and all, right? But I tell you, at the end of the day, that humanity you bring to those interactions, it's what makes the difference. We're a tech law firm. We have partners scattered around the world, Canada, Ireland. In fact, I have at least 2 staffs that I have never seen, right? Been with us for like 3 years. So I know what you mean. We are distributed. We work from everywhere and anywhere, but we do not in any way kid ourselves that clients value trust. They value reputation, right? They value the fact that someone can point to you and say, that's the go-to lawyer, right? Please, don't ever lose that. And I don't think that is going away, right? Ever, right? Your second question, just give me one word and I'll remember. Prompt, yes. So there are courses on, it's called prompt engineering, right? So there are a few things. I can't go over all of them, but the first thing is context. Remember when I read the JV prompt, the NDA, I kind of gave a context to say this is what is happening, right? Then the second thing is a persona. That's, you ask the AI to take a role, right? Act like a hotshot lawyer from Alukano Yubode. Act like the best lawyer in, and I'm not joking, no. You're actually going to give it a persona, right? So that the AI already knows that, all right, I want to take the posture of the best mind in this space. Then style, right? So you also give style language, either concise, comprehensive, make it short, or I want a 6,000 word essay, right? So I think those are the guardrails. Then lastly is your depth. That's your nuances. So when you say things like, according to the Nigerian Data Protection Act, according to the PIA, right? Compare it with this. So that's the structure. And the structure works in any legal context, right? Context, persona, style, nuances. There are more, but those ones, you'll be good. Let me now give you the cheat sheet. And they didn't pay me $10,000. Let me give you the cheat sheet. This one never fails. Don't rush. Go into the best model and say, give me a prompt, right, to do X, Y, or Z. Your mind will be blown. Then you copy that prompt, right? And then you go and use the prompt. Have you thought of that? Actually, that, but I would not have given you that cheat sheet if I didn't tell you the framework, because that's what I do, right? Don't just show people, let them see the process. Now, when you now use that cheat sheet, you will see that it's this framework that the AI would give to you as a prompt. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so we have one question here.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
This is more like a consign. Under the AI genetic script, is there a possibility of the AI becoming a corporate person?
Fantastic question, and I'll answer it. How many of you know Sam Altman? Founder, co-founder, OpenAI. Anything he says about AI, we take it seriously. About a year ago, he said this: AI journey has 5 levels. And I'm answering your question, sir. Level 1 is chatbot. That's what all of us have been talking about since morning. Level 2 is reasoners. Okay, we talked about that one small. Level 3, that's where we are in 2025, is or are agents, the AI that can go do stuff and come back. Level 4 are innovators. These are the AI, let me just, for want of a better word, and I want you to research this thing I've said, so you go read it up yourself. Innovators, these are the AI that is going to cure cancer. It's called innovators for a reason. These AIs are going to come up with new body of knowledge that the world has never seen before, for real. Maybe 2026 is the year, who knows? Then level 5 is organizations. That's the answer to your question. I don't need to say more, but essentially, where it is going is that the AIs will actually come together and begin to do stuff. Let's not even go there. But research it. Sam Altman, the 5 levels of the AI journey.
Okay, last question because of time. Last question.
Okay. So I have an observation and a question. I observed that most AI jobs related, they pay way lower than normal jobs. And then my question is, how do you convince a client to use AI or to accept something that you did with AI or an idea you brought to them?
You had the second part to the question. Okay, so the answer again is the simple thing. Bring the thing that is most valuable about yourself to that job, to that task, right? If someone says, do this task on my behalf, honestly, the person could have done it himself or herself by using an AI tool, true or false, right? But there's a reason why the person is asking you to do that job. That is, bring your experience, bring your lived experience, bring everything you have learned about humans, about this job, in and out of context, bring it to bear. In short, bring value, right? So this is not about, oh, it was done by AI or done by human or a human. The real question is, did you bring value? Did you solve the problem? Did you anticipate other problems and you solved it? At the end of the day, and actually that the answer to your question speaks to a larger issue. Maybe not so much in Nigeria, but the big law firms will have to deal with this, where we bill by the hour, right? And so everything I've said now, what would have taken you 2 weeks, you get it done in 2 hours. Then what happened to your billable hours model? Frankly, that model is going to be disrupted. We have to move to value-based. That is, I solved the problem. Whether I solved it in 2 minutes or solved it in 3 weeks does not matter. And you still bill what you bill. The way I jokingly say it is this. If you bring a job to us and you go check the AI and you say, but I have done the research and this is it and this is it, no problem. I will validate it, right? Because that's the value I'm bringing. I know it in and out. You are not, the reason why you are bringing it to me is because you are not sure, right? So I will still bill you the exact same thing if I had done it from scratch. And I'll use that extra hour to go play with my children, right? So focus on value, not so much about what tool did I use or how much time. Later, the world will catch on. You get what I'm saying? Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our speaker. That was a great presentation. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you to everyone for your patience, for sitting down. We're about going into the last session, and then we are done for the day, the very last. And this session is important. And this session is titled, it's a fireside chat. It's titled The Journey So Far. So we're going to bring some wonderful persons, some wonderful employees of Oando who have built their career here. And the essence is for them to share their personal journey, to share their experiences so far, talk about some of the challenges they've made, how they were able to sort it out, and they also talk about their milestones, you know, because the truth of the matter is whether in the legal profession or outside the legal profession, success is sometimes defined by how resilient you are, how you're able to adapt to situations, how you're able to think on your feet. So our moderator for this session, Isi Abulime, she's a legal advisor for Oando Trading. Here in Oando, we have various subsidiaries, and one of our subsidiaries is Oando Trading. So she has over 14 years of experience in the oil and gas sector. She provides strategic, legal, and compliance leadership to multi-million-dollar international commodities trading transactions. As legal advisor here at Oando Trading, she drives business growth, leveraging her expertise to navigate complex legal landscapes show expertise in commercial and contract management, shipping and maritime matters, project financing, joint ventures, and M&As. She's a qualified English solicitor and chartered secretary. She obtained her law degree from the University of Lagos, was called to the Nigerian bar in 2003. She holds an MSc in business management from the University of Hull, UK, and is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK. She has diverse interests, which include supporting different mentoring initiatives with a particular focus on women and children. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our moderator, Isi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone, and welcome to our fire chat session. And the topic would be on the journey so far. So we have three panelists who will share their journeys, their lessons, and their insights. And the panelists have been chosen to represent different areas of the business, different levels within the group. And the intention is that we would be able to learn from their experiences and their perspectives and also from their unique journeys within the organization. Our first panelist is Sheyi Fowora, and he's here with us. He's a Sheyi Fowora is a business professional with over 21 years of diverse experience in strategy, management, corporate planning and execution, opportunity maturation, business process optimization, project management, and ICT. And he's been supporting different organizations across the energy, banking, consulting, and telecommunication sectors. He is the asset manager responsible for managing and preserving the intrinsic business value of Oando Production and Development Company, OPDC, which is a subsidiary of Oando Energy Resources. Since Sheyi joined Oando, he's played a key role in driving major improvements, including the rollout of e-business suite, optimizing the downstream in order to deliver process implementing remote monitoring and control systems for upstream, midstream, and downstream oil and gas operations, and as well as the technology integration of ConocoPhillips Nigeria and OER. He's a graduate of chemistry, and he holds a master's degree in strategic business and information systems. Welcome, Sheyi. We also have Mr. Anyeka Okon, who's going to be joining us as one of the panelists. I believe he's here. He's a procurement professional with 15 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. He began his career in an engineering firm as a business development officer, getting hands-on experience in preparing technical and commercial proposals. As a mechanical engineering graduate and a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, CIPS UK, he brings a blend of technical insight and commercial expertise to strategic sourcing and contract management. Anyeka is currently the Deputy Manager, Projects, Procurement and Operations in Oando Energy Resources, where he leads procurement category management for project development and infrastructure, while also managing analytics and reporting for the procurement department. Thank you, Anyeka, for joining us today. We also have one more speaker, or should I say a panelist. Olusegun Yewole is an oil and gas commodities trader in Oando Trading with experience across risk management, downstream operations, logistics, and strategy. He began his career as a risk analyst at Oando's group head office before taking on roles in Oando Marketing and Oando Trading. followed by sales, fleet operations, and strategic planning. He now trades gas oil, jet fuel, solid minerals, and LNG. Working across multiple regions, his role involves close collaboration with legal teams and obviously with respect to contracts, compliance, KYC, and regulatory frameworks that support safe and successful cross-border trading. Welcome, Segun Oyewole. So we have our panelists here who are well seasoned in their fields of expertise, and we look forward to an interactive session. So just diving straight in. We'll just dive straight into the first question for our panelists. We'll start with you, Shay. Can you please share with us briefly your career journey so far and how that path, the path that you've chosen for your career, has shaped you?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I will call my career and how that has been shaped as fortunate. Yes, I studied chemistry. Today I pride myself as a lawyer that will not be called to the bar, right? Over the last 23 years through my career, I've had cause to go from being a pure chemistry graduate through the course of IT, through the course of strategy, through the course of banking, and now in the energy sector. And one of the things that literally worked for me, all of those things, is recognizing first what I wanted for myself. Secondly, what is out there and how do I navigate, how do I bridge the gap between both? With that, with the professional will and personal humility to recognize when I have a gap, I found it sort of easy to ask for help and ensure and do what is required, including burning the midnight candle, even when you're out of school, to ensure that you build up the capability and close the gaps that you have. Those are the things that have helped me today. And of course, all of this is what everybody says, with the grace of the Almighty God. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Anyeka, the same question, if you can give us a brief overview of your career journey so far.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure you've had a long day, and I hope it's been productive so far. Well, for me, I started my career as a business development person. I graduated as a mechanical engineer, and I really loved engineering. I would have loved to be an engineering design person because that was one of my favorite courses. However, when I was done with school, Nigeria happened. But what has helped for me is that where I found myself, I picked it up. I did not say that this didn't look like what I wanted while I was in school. And I followed the path. And later on, I discovered that that path I followed rerouted me to what I actually wanted in school. So what I'll just say to us here is that wherever you find yourself, don't complain about it. There may just be a need. There may just be something you can pick up from that space. Be the best where you are, and you'd realize that you'd find fulfillment. Thank you.
Thank you. Segun, we would ask the same question.
Hello, everyone. Yes, like Kanikan said, I know you guys have had a long day. For me, I started my journey in Oando as an NYSC analyst. So I started at the very beginning. I graduated as a risk analyst. I graduated in risk management from university. So when I came to Oando, I started my journey in the risk team. And then I moved all across the organization. I was very curious, so I went from risk management, I moved to operations. In our downstream sector, we were working in Apapa at the time by the fuel tanks and all of that. We were working there. Then we were called Oando Marketing. So I moved out there before moving back to the risk management team. And then my curiosity led me into the trading team as well, which is where I am now. I think that's the overarching theme there, is being curious, is to knowing where you start somewhere, curious to see the way you are going, what can be done where you are doing, what more you can add. I think the biggest takeaway from my journey in Oando has been to do more, to always try and push the envelope. You start as a risk analyst today, and then you see the trucks every day. You ask, who is in charge of the trucks? Why are there so many petrol stations? How does the oil get from the ground into the car? And then as you understand it better, you start understanding where you can add value. And one of the best advice I got at the beginning of my career is to make yourself indispensable to whoever you're working with. And I think that's the most important thing in my journey in Oando. That every team I've been in, I've tried to make at least have one thing that they have to always come and meet me for. And I think it's something that's even from the beginning, whether it's, who is the person that signs the checks, who's the person that goes to get that document approved. Having curiosity, having the energy to put yourself out there and do more. I think that's one of the biggest takeaways from my career journey in Oando.
Thank you, Shagun. I think that also dovetails into the question. So you've already started to answer the second question. So we will just leave the microphone with you, Shagun. The question, what is the greatest part of working at Oando?
I think the greatest part of Oando, would be the teamwork. I think it's very underrated to work in a fantastic team. I think being part of a team is very important for your growth, especially at this level when you're starting your career. I think your contribution to the team should always be more than what you're trying to get out of the team. And the word is the sum of the parts is always greater than the whole, or I think it's the other way around. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And that's one of the key parts of being in Oando, that you always work with very intelligent people, but one intelligent person can't win the race. You have to have everybody in the team, to borrow an F1 expression. So I think that's one of the most important parts one of the best parts of working in Oando is the teamwork.
Okay, thank you. Anyaka, what are your thoughts on that question?
All right, thanks. In addition to what he has said, because I'm sure we can all say the same thing he has said, for me, Oando is very high on branding, having an identity. I'll put it that way. So have an identity. If you see, we did not plan to dress, we did not check ourselves out this morning before coming, but there's a thing about when it's your Oando people. It's a thing about branding. Some people may not take it as seriously, but if you have an identity, you will always be discovered. You will always be figured out. Someone can easily know. Identity is like your signature. So someone sees your signature somewhere and knows that this is you, even when you are not there. So Oando is very high on branding, and the identity is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Anyeka. Che, you've been in Oando longest of in fact, I think of the four of us, I'm not sure. But what are your thoughts on that question?
In the interest of time, because there's enough to take us till the end of today. In the interest of time, I will say that there are no 2 days that are alike in Oando. There was this phrase that was couched some years back: audacious challenges, unusual solution. Working Oando as practically, let me take it this way. You can get into Oando, but you cannot survive in Oando if you don't know how to think out of the box. In actual fact, there is no box, right? Also, you're being paid for the work you do in Oando. The question is, why should Oando keep you after that? So Because you wake up, or I wake up every morning, and you see that there's one new thing that Oando is chasing, or some old thing we just need to make better. It's interesting in itself. Just try to visualize Nigerians, blacks, at some point started off playing in the space that foreigners with deep pockets played, and they told themselves, we're Nigerian. This is Nigeria. We will make it work, and it can work. If there's any Nigerian anywhere on the planet that can support this ambition, we will find them, and we'll go there together. So wake up in the morning, and you can hear the voice of your boss to say, we're going in that direction. But you look at that direction, it's all filled with bush and no path. But they tell you, there is a path. You know why there's a path? We will create that path. That is the most interesting thing in Oando. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. We would have to leave the mic on you on this because this is the next question. So how do you stay updated on industry trends and developments, and how do you apply that knowledge in your role?
Let me say that I am not updated because there's so many things happening. There's so many things you need to catch up. But I try to keep up with a few. Those things that are quite relevant to, one, my job, two, security of the more like the macro, Nigeria-wise global, because the work we do has to do with the global market. So we need to follow what happens, Business Day, Woodmark on the international, what Trump is doing, what China is doing. How does all of this affect the work that we do and the decision we're about to take? So look at it this way. How many of you know that apart from Oando's acquisition of ENI, there was another company called, Ardell, Renaissance, Seplat? You have to look out there to know what's going on. The different transaction prices, which lawyers play a significant role in determining those things. Also, within the banking sector, how many of you know that Union Bank has recently partnered or acquired another bank, Providus in this case? These are things you need to get involved, because if you need to go open a new account, right, let's say in Providus, but they're going through a different process with Union Bank, you need to be aware of that to make certain decisions. I came across something last week, Nairametrics. And this is something that I believe a lot of us would have experienced. When you want to open an account, they tell you bring a bank reference, right? I mean, I need to know you, I need to know somebody who knows you and guarantee that I'm of good behavior. But one of the things that are being put together in front of CBN today is that, look, we can have NIN that literally identifies you across Nigeria. We can have SIM registration that places you across this location that NIN has put you and can say this was the last place you made a call. And you can have BVN, which can also create a behavior over how you transact. What other intelligence do you require? What other identities do you require? If you have a Nigerian passport, there's an INN need to that. So why do we need a reference? So that was something that I just put to CBN recently. And just by reading up and getting up to date, that's how I get to find out. And that keeps me going and helps shape some of my thoughts.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. So we'll move on to the next topic, which has to do with working with the legal team. As we've noticed, everyone here works in the commercial space, but there's always the need to interact with the legal team. So Anieka, starting with you, what would business teams typically value most when engaging with the legal team? And how do you think lawyers can deliver that value?
Okay, so in most cases in transactions, particularly transactions the kind of transactions I'm involved in, for example, the moment it gets to legal, it is close to being a closed transaction. So at that point, most times you're pressed with time. So one value we can get, businesses get generally, is timely response. Then secondly is, beyond responding on time, it is also letting the people you are responding to understand the context of the response. So, say for example, we're trying to sign a contract to acquire maybe an item, and there are some legal things surrounding that acquisition. So for us in procurement, it would do us well if the legal team, not just to write out, okay, this and this is to be done, is to also explain and have us understand the reason. This could even also help us in future when we're interacting with contractors to, put this in the initial, mail sent out to the contractors. So understanding the context very, very well, explaining it, because sometimes the legal terms, the legal templates are very long. I mean, kudos to lawyers. So to read through contract documents, they're quite long. So sometimes just summarizing it and letting us know, okay, this is the reason why we are saying A, B, C, D, E, would actually really, really help. So thank you.
Thank you. But just to delve further, what do you typically value then from the legal team? I understand the bit that would help, obviously, which is what you've just said, but what do you value when engaging with the legal team on transactions?
So in totality, we value protection. So what the legal team does is that there are certain things that you would not see, and if they don't tell you, you may expose the company, right? So the legal team will advise you and, in essence, protect you and protect the company as a whole. In summary, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And Shagun, same question.
Okay. So I think Shay and Anika have spoken well about this. I think to just give a different perspective here is to have an analogy. So imagine a business was a car. We generally see the legal team as the brakes, but that's not necessarily what the legal team is for us. They're more or less like our GPS. So like Anika said, you need protection. You need advice. So one of the best parts of the working with a strong legal team is to break down those complex terms so that they can be shared with everyone else. So you guys, as lawyers, you guys have the legal jargon, and now as a commercial person, I can't technically understand all the nuances and all the, the Latin that you guys bring out. But what the legal team does for us is that they give us the guide to keep moving. Like Shay had said earlier, in Oando, there's no, there's how do we do this? So you need a legal team that's capable of guiding us to the right spot, because there will always be dark areas in all parts of business that you're going to do, things that you don't know what you don't know. And sometimes you need to be, like Anika said, be protected. But sometimes you also need to be given advice that's practical. So it's not to say, no, we can't do this, no, we can't do that. Or these are the things that you need to, these are the red flags that are in the transaction. But the advisory part of it, this is the solution. So providing solutions to complex problems is very, very important to working with our legal team. And without that, especially in an organization like Oando, where we have cross-country business, global businesses, as you know what's going on now around the world, different wars, different conflicts that are going on in different regions. And these different regions affect the businesses that we're doing. So having a legal team that allows us to navigate all those landmines without running into any trouble will allow us to do effective business and grow. So I think that's one of the best parts of working with the legal team in Oando.
All right, thank you everyone for those insightful answers. So I think one more question for you, Shay. Can you share an example where you've effectively partnered with the legal team to drive a successful outcome? I think that complements the questions we've just all answered.
One example. I have to look through my mental library because I don't know if one will do justice.
I'm sure there are several. One will do.
I can. So before I go into that, the first thing that comes to mind is a certain lady's. Once, okay, first of all, what are you solving for? Right? Each time I go to her, the first thing is, okay, I've heard you. What are you solving for? Then there's another part of it that says, don't go looking for trouble. You people like looking for trouble. And what she means by you people like looking for trouble is I'm a commercial guy. I run a business. None of you want to run a business at a loss, right? So how do I ensure that I eat my cake, I have it, 1 + 1 remains 11 in a legal manner, right? So those are my reality now. In having to do that, there are contracts I need to put in place, right? There are times that I've gone ahead to do things or quote legal sections, and I come back and report myself to a legal team that, by the way, I've done this. You guys go find a way to fix it, right? But to your point, so imagine a situation where you have a right to something, and you've been told that it is possible, regulatory-wise, and my neighbor, who was invited to come and dine with me, is saying, I'm not going to eat my own food, right? This time around, in this particular instance, our lawyers, legal, was saying, we tell you not to go and look for trouble, but these ones, we will fight this one, all right? And we're having to do that to ensure that everything, every step we need to take to ensure that we succeed, right, they have provided. At different time zone, actually one of them had, just for the record, right? That's to let you know how effective they have provided that support. So I try not to disclose the actual transaction, is why I went this way, but we're still in arbitration on that. And every now and then, they keep me updated on what the court process is, what the arbitration is saying, what are the other measures that we can utilize to ensure that we come out clean and we are successful. So that's one. The others, transactions here and there, sleepless night. Yes, plenty.
Thank you. Anyeka, so this is for you. What's the most memorable or challenging experience you've had working with the legal team? And what did you learn from it?
Okay. It's difficult to pick one because we've actually had to interface on a number of contracts. So there was this particular instance, for confidentiality's sake, I may not give too much information. There was this particular instance, and there's a project I'm handling where we are supposed to close out a number of processes within a stipulated time. And there was this category of contracts that we call them clusters, right? So it was signed in a different way, not the regular pattern, and for me as a project lead, that signing the clusters was going to give us a lot of numbers at once. But signing the cluster was a challenge because the cluster was structured in a way that was not ordinary, right? So I had a discussion with Jumoke, my very good friend, and eventually they were able to figure out a way to get that done. Why I say it may not have been the most challenging, but the reason why I pick it was that it was going to give quick wins for what we're trying to achieve, and it was going to push us and give us a good representation of what we're doing, of which we're able to close that out. So that, I would say, was the most challenging. And what I learned from it was that, like Sheyi said, there is no impossibilities here. There are no impossibilities here. So the legal team was able to figure that out, and today we have majority of those contracts signed. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I think this question should still fall under what you've talked about. You talked about a difficult situation, in a sense. Can you share a time when you received feedback and how you grew from that difficult situation while working in Oando?
Okay. I'm relatively new in Oando, so can I refer to one that was before Oando, if it's fine?
Okay, if it would help.
Yeah, it's going to help. So I worked as a consultant some time ago, and working as a consultant, you are pressed with delivering things within a very, very short time frame. So in the consulting firm I worked in, they have this pattern. When you join, after your first month, they would call you for a meeting with the directors, and you're going to give feedback of what you think of the company, and they'll tell you to give them the truth of what you really think. Then they would take note of those and give you their own response. After your second month, they will now give you their own feedback of what they think of you. And you know, Anna, it was the first of its kind, still within the procurement structure, but different, because everything was done in an expedited manner. So there were some things I did not deliver as was supposed to be delivered, and they gave me a clear-cut feedback. It was one that was saying, okay, you've done this, that, right, but there are certain things that you need to improve on. And these were things that in the past I wasn't known to be lacking in those areas. So I picked those feedback, I picked the feedback up, I took note of them, and I improved in those areas. And when it was time to leave, of course, I left there and moved on to other stuff. They actually plotted for me to stay back, made several offers, but I told them, it was time to grow. So that was one feedback that hit me very hard. But when this kind of feedbacks come, and they will come, no matter how excellent you are, there will always be that feedback that would come. And when those feedbacks come, it's for you you can either allow it knock you down and knock you beneath the ground, or you can step on it and rather grow. So, which is what I did, and which is a message to every single one of us here, especially those of us in school. You think that school is hard. When you come out, you face life, and and when you face life, you realize that you have to be accountable for yourself. You are responsible for yourself. It's not a matter of daddy, mommy, uncle, or your guardian. You're responsible for yourself. Nobody needs to wake you up in the morning to say go to school. Nobody needs to remind you to do your assignment. When you're given task, you need to deliver, because you know that at the end of that quarter there will be an appraisal. And your appraisal has to keep you to the next quarter in some instances. So the feedbacks will come, take it and take note of the positives and step on it and grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Anyeka. That was very helpful. I think that also complements what was spoken of by the previous speaker about being humble. One of our speakers talked about that as very key in career development. So moving on to our next question, and this is relating to commercial awareness for lawyers. Our first speaker, Stella Drew, said, knowing the law is good, but understanding business is magic. And this is very important, or would I say very crucial in when you're working in a company like Oando, or just working in the business space. I remember myself when I was seeking to go for a master's, and it was supposed to be a master's in maritime law. I got to the university, and at the last minute, I changed to business management, because I thought, okay, it's important to diversify, it's important to not limit yourself, and it also allows for you to appreciate I already knew I was going to go in-house eventually. So I thought it would be important to appreciate the bigger picture and learn how to take calculated risk so that you can add value to any organization. So back to the question now, how do you cultivate commercial awareness? And this, I would start with Shego. How do you advise to cultivate commercial awareness, and why is it crucial for in-house lawyers?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I think commercial awareness essentially is understanding the business that you are working with. I think the most important part of, like I said earlier, the lawyers are our GPS. So having a lawyer that understands the business will allow us to reach safely to the destination that we were going to. I think to cultivate it, there's, aside from the obvious learn, read, try and be, like I said at the beginning, be as curious about the business that you're doing. But the most important thing there is to take initiative. You have to take initiative because, there's a saying that a young lawyer understands the law. An experienced lawyer knows how to apply the law. And it's very important in the real world. Like Anikan said, the real world is very different from the textbooks. Yes, there's always, you'll do case studies in school. I don't know what level, whether you guys, thesis defense or at project defense level, but, it's very important for you to take initiative, and, when you're looking at commercial awareness, is to delve into all parts of your business. Build relationships. You build relationships not just with your colleagues, but outside of your organization with professionals that either do what you're doing or at least, with professionals that do what you want to do. It's very, very important for you to build, you read the news, you read journals, you read articles, but I think at this level, once you're working at a high level in school, those things, you have journals, you have access to all this information. But practically, when you get into the workplace, it's building relationships, speaking to, your peers, speaking to building mentorship. That helps you understand a bigger picture of the business in which you are actually operating in. And, and for people like us who are not, legally minded or legal luminaries, it's very, very important to have a lawyer who understands the business. Because there's parts of the business that, you wouldn't necessarily, you can't explain. You have to have practical experience in it. So also, commercial awareness is also putting yourself out there. Is there a project in place? Yes, it's not my work, but let me go and give me a job, give me a task inside there that I can do so I can learn. Those are the things that allow you to, excel and build that commercial awareness, because a lawyer who does have that commercial awareness, is a way better partner. And that's really what this is. Every department, essentially, it's like a football team. You can't have a striker and no goalkeeper. The team, you still lose, even if you have the best striker in the world. And, that commercial awareness is essentially the same thing, to the gentlemen. I'm not sure about the women, but football IQ. It's the same thing, in business. Understanding what you're doing, understanding the industry you are in, and just understanding what are the changes, price movements. In oil and gas, prices change every day. There's conflicts, there's laws, there's new things coming up every day. You have to be at the cutting edge of information. But you can't do that all at once. You're not Superman. So, working together, generally helps, building that commercial awareness. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, you have. Thank you. Thank you. And Shay, do you have anything to add to that?
Right. Just to lay on what Shegun has said, with a bit of tweak, which is know the business, right? That's where the tweak is. Have you ever wondered why we have legal and regulatory frameworks? That's because the business itself is all wrapped in the law. So the law is the business. So you lawyers are literally the whole essence that keeps the business running. No matter how much money you make, no matter how much deal you strike, one court case or one bad press can kill the whole thing. Probably on regulatory non-compliance or financial whatever. It's a different ballgame. The entire empire goes down from there. So while I agree that know the business, it's important you see yourself as the business and ensure that everything that runs within that business has the necessary legal checkbox beside it. Right? That's what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very useful advice. So speaking of advice, we have a lot of we have representation from the universities here, and I'm sure we've talked about mentorship, we've talked about the need to ensure that we're learning as much as we should. We've talked about learning about the business. What is the best piece of career advice that you've received, and how has it impacted your journey? Anyeka, I'll start with you.
Okay, this advice was very, very short, and I'm sure we've all heard it before when they say complex problems have simple solutions. So it was an advice that was given to me by my in-law. He used to have it as his signature in his email address. So I really picked it up because no matter how huge or complex a problem is, it has a simple solution. It could be that you break it down into pieces to understand it better, then you pick them in bits. But in summary, if you approach it with that mindset, it could just be all you need to understand it better. Because there was one of my courses back in university, engineering drawing. Engineering drawing used to be a course where it used to be an open book exam. You can come with all the textbooks. You can look at the next person's drawing board, but if you do not know how to put that compass and create those arcs, there's no magic. There's no magic there. So our lecturer then used to say that the first instruction in his exam is don't panic. That's the number one instruction, don't panic. Because when you see the questions, you're likely going to panic. So, so when I got that advice, I linked it back to what that my lecturer said. So when you see a problem, it may look very big. Just don't panic. Take a step back. Look through it carefully. You may just realize that you know it and you can figure it out easily. So that's one advice I would like to pass to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can learn from our group CEO and deputy group CEO from that example that you've given. Because through the enormous challenges that Oando has faced, you still find them remaining calm through the storm or in the midst of the storm as they think out a solution to whatever challenge it is that the company faces, and somehow, like a cat with 9 lives, we come out of that situation. So that is very helpful. Shagun, I think you can add to this as well.
So I think the best information, luckily for me, like I said, I started in Oando as an intern, so as a NYSC staff. So I think I was lucky to have been educated by quite a few people in the organization. I think one of the key information or key advice I got, was, like Anika had said, actually alluded to it, is keep it simple. If you can understand something well enough, you can explain it simply enough. Especially as a lawyer, as lawyers, you guys would generally have people who, you guys are natural orators. You guys talk, people can talk well. One of the But then, it's one thing to have someone who speaks well, but everyone has to understand. So you are always called back to the table when you have a complex problem and you can explain it very simply. Oh, this is how we build this, blah, 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 blah. Some people will tell you all the technical things of it. And, it starts confusing people halfway through the explanation. But if you can understand something well enough, you can teach it to a child. And I think, so it goes both ways in terms of pushing you to understand or reach a higher level in terms of your understanding of whatever subject it is that you are doing. And then in explaining it simply, that's a good indicator of knowing that you understand whatever it is you're talking about. And then you can contribute like that. So I think that's the key advice I could say. There's many more, but I think that's one I think has helped me very well in my journey.
Thank you, Sheyi. Can you give us one as well, an advice?
Yes. I'm sure a lot of us have heard about the phrase, jack of all trades, master of none, right? No, that's wrong. It is jack of all trades, master of all. The best CEOs today are those that have a combination of legal and finance knowledge. So please, you're lawyers, so you already have one in the box. Don't limit yourself, right? Feel free to explore. Like I did say, I'm a bloody chemist. Today I don't even know what chemistry looks like. All I know is what the contract is saying, what the account balance is saying, what my customers are saying, and the product I need to sell. Those are the things I need to say. But if it comes to delivering on the work where the engineers are trying to cause trouble that will make the lawyers come give me a knock, then I will go dig up my chemistry books. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I think one of the things that we can also learn, I believe some of us we've talked about it already, is learning to embrace mentorship. Some of the speakers have already talked about this, and I think that's like a way that can fast track your progress or your career growth. Someone who's done it before, someone who is able to guide you. And I think the previous speaker, the one before that, talked about being humble enough to obey or comply or take action from whatever advice that's been given. Because I believe that would spur the mentor to be able to pour out even much more. And one of the things that I think we can even take away, one of the panelists also alluded to this, is not to be afraid to take on challenges, because it's based on your perspective. There's a story in the Bible that talks about how David saw the giant and looked at it as an opportunity. Everyone else was afraid, and of course it was a giant. It's like looking at a challenge that looks very difficult, but he saw an opportunity. And it was also important that he had prepared beforehand. So all the labor and the preparation that you do beforehand is never a waste, because you never know when that Goliath will come. But even when that happens, you can look at it with different eyes and see it as an opportunity and come out of it successful. So I don't know if there are any final words from our panelists. I think we have spent some time on this subject. Any final words from any of our panelists?
Okay, for me, I would say don't look down on any course that you're studying. And I'll give a very short personal example. So while I was studying engineering, there was this, I wasn't very good in electrical engineering, and I didn't like the subjects, the courses at all. I used to take them lightly just to read and pass. Now we're in an age and time where inverters, everyone is trying to install inverters, and you need to actually measure how many watts. If you want to install appropriately, you need to know how many watts you consume in your house, so you know the right category of battery, you'd buy panels and all that. And the technicians will just come and give you bill, and if you do not know, you don't know. So now I'm seeing myself going back to understand those basics. So if I had taken them seriously in school, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. So I'll just say no knowledge is wasted. Even in the course you think you do not appreciate, there's a reason why it is a course, because the people who drafted your syllabus, they know that you'll at some point in life need it. So take every single one of them seriously, and I can assure you that at some point in life, you would find it relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Shego, final words?
I think final words would be to, like I said earlier, be curious. Learn. Don't pigeonhole yourself. There's no type of lawyer. There's critical thinking that the lawyers possess that we don't. So be curious. Try everything and anything. Don't say no to any kind of challenge. Be very curious. I think that's one of the most important things I think we can take away from this.
Thank you. And on that note, we've come to an end to the Fire Chat. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you guys had fun learning. And like I said when I started, all the sessions, you've seen how they flow from one to the other, starting from the fundamentals. Then next, we talked about transcending beyond borders as a 21st century lawyer. Then we talked about embracing AI as a tool for efficiency. And finally, we got to hear from some amazing persons who have built their careers in this company. And I'm sure if you've really listened and picked one or two things, you'll see that all these discussions, they come together to enrich our understanding of what it takes to build a successful career in the 21st century. And for me, my own final notes, I'll just refer you guys to this. I don't know if you guys took time to read this. I know they've talked about no knowledge is wasted, don't be afraid, be curious, but you can also take this, you can snap it, you can write it down, be audacious, be vibrant, be bold, innovative, resilient, passionate, talented, proudly African, be proud of your heritage, energetic, authentic, dynamic, charismatic, collaborative, modern, ambitious, industrious, inspirational, and extraordinary. These are some of the key things that guide us in Oando. And if you're not taking any other thing from today's sessions, just take these words. Let them inspire you to grow and build yourself, not just as a lawyer, but as a person, as a human being. And so at this point, to formally close out our sessions and to express our collective appreciation to everyone, the speakers, the participants, I'm going to call on our Amazon once again to give her vote of thanks.
Okay, wow. I think this has been one of the best seminars I've had. It's really been very good. So I want to thank all of you, especially the students first. I mean, I think you've taken out time to invest in yourself, because I don't think you get this, in one gathering, anywhere else. So I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. Our speakers have had to leave, but I'll still say thank you to them. They did a fantastic job. Honestly, when we're putting this together, I didn't think it would be this good. So again, they are not here, but just clap for them. And then our panelists, Isi and Shegun, Sheyi, and Anekan, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time out. I'll also like to thank all the departments in Oando. I mean, to put this together, we had to do, teamwork. We have our corporate comms, services. They did IT, very fantastic job. Thank you, all of you. And of course, to the legal team, thank you very much. And particularly those that put this together, please get up so they can see you. Nana, Josh, Jumoke, Taufik, they did a fantastic, and I put a lot of pressure on them because, were so busy during the year that it wasn't going to happen, but I made them, in fact, let me say, I forced them. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all the work you guys have had to put in the very short time. So thank you. And I wish you all, a Merry Christmas and a safe journey home. So thank you very much. Ubong, sorry, I forgot Ubong, our fantastic MC. Thank you.